everyone. Welcome to the January 9th meeting of Charles County Board of Education. Obviously, virtual meeting due to the weather. Trust everyone had a good holiday. Can we please begin with Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thanks everyone for that. So first on the agenda is the election of the chair and vice chair. So I'll turn it over to the superintendent, who I believe will turn it over to Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, hello everybody. Happy New Year. I am turning it to Mr. Schwartz to direct our next process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. And as the board knows, and for the public information, we have officer elections every January. It's a year term. Board members who serve as officers, both the vice chair and chairperson, both serve multiple terms. I'm going to start the election process for this year for the board chairperson first. Just to remind the board members may nominate only one individual for the office of board chairperson, and board members may nominate themselves, and each nomination requires a second. I will look for nominations from any board member at this time.
Mr. Schwartz, just to clarify, what position are we nominating for?
This is for the office of board chairperson.
Board chair, okay. I'd like to nominate Ms. Yonelle Moore Lee for chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Kreamer. Are there any other nominations? Thank you. I will deem the nominations. Sure, Ms. Butler-Washington. Yes. Ms. Butler-Washington, did you have a question?
Yes, I was going to ask. You said all nominations for chair?
Correct. For chairperson? Are there any nominations for chairperson other than Ms. Moore Lee?
I would like to nominate Mike Lucas.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I would like to second that.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Are there any other nominations for board chairperson? Seeing none, I will deem the nominations closed. Each board member who's been nominated will have an opportunity to give a speech to the board to explain why they'd like to be chairperson. The speech can be up to 3 minutes long. We'll start in the order of nominations. So Ms. Moore Lee, you have 3 minutes if you'd like.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Schwartz, and thank you to Ms. Smith for the nomination and Ms. Kreamer for the second. Colleagues, I first wish you a Happy New Year once again. Thank you in advance for your consideration. First, for entrusting me as your vice chair for the past year. It has been a fantastic year. It's been a wonderful learning experience, and I spent the last year, as you know, being very heavily involved, taking every available training. The learning curve was steep, however, I enjoyed it. And first and foremost, I want us to remain focused on student learning and achievement. I think that we have accomplished a lot as a board. I think that for many of us being new, it was quite interesting getting to know everyone and bonding and learning. I think that we've worked well together overall. And my leadership style in particular is collaborative. I'm about building consensus. I definitely believe in having the uncomfortable conversations when we need to, having regular communication, ensuring everyone has a voice. I'm not afraid of opposing opinions, and I definitely want everyone to feel comfortable and know that your opinion matters and that you are valued. I have completed approximately at least eight MAPE trainings. I've been very involved in Pillar 4 and Pillar 5 as it relates to the blueprint and doing a very deep dive into that. Also with the Charles County Chamber of Commerce, with their Business and Education Committee, the MAPE Legislative Committee, which we just met yesterday. numerous school visits, events, meetings with EACC, teachers, students, and staff. So I say all that to say that it has prepared me, I believe, to lead this board and to also extend a partnership, which is what I'm hoping for. So I thank you very much for your consideration. And I'd like to say last year when I was nominated for vice chair by Mr. Lucas, what he said is that you should consider someone that you could see in the chair position when you nominate someone for vice chair. So I hope that I've lived up to all of your standards and look forward to working with you all again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore Lee. Mr. Lucas, you can have up to 3 minutes as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schwartz, and to my colleagues. I hope you had a good holiday season. Last year, we did accomplish a lot as a board, and I had the honor of serving as chairperson, and I appreciate your support in that regard. There was a lot to learn from the board, as a majority of the board was new, and I appreciate everyone's indulgence in doing that. I still think there's more that as a board to learn as far as process, and I like to offer my experience in helping the board follow a consistent process that gives a voice to everyone and gives everyone an opportunity to offer their expertise, do what's best for the kids of Charles County. I made myself available to every board member by establishing weekly meetings and answering any questions. You know, the chair's job is really to run the meeting and to help set the agenda. I don't view myself as any more important or any more of a hierarchy as chairperson. I'm just one of 10 people, and I take a lot of pride in that, in working with a diverse group of people. In my last years in working for the Navy, I was a branch head, and I had a lot of smart people from a lot of different backgrounds. What I always did is that I looked to build a team, and that's what I would like to continue to do, is to build a team. I'm not just looking for a majority, I'm looking for a team where we all can respect our differences and move to do what's best for the school system. And with your support, I will continue to do that, and we will continue to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. We will now take a vote. I'm going to do my best to identify everybody on screen here that I can see. We're going to go in order of nominations. As soon as we have a nominee who receives 6 votes, the voting ends. So I will call for anyone who wants to vote for Ms. Moore Lee as chairperson. Please raise your hand until I identify you. Raise your hand if you have, let's say, Ms. Thomas, Smichi Thomas, Ms. Smith, Ms. Moore Lee, Ms. Kreamer, Ms. Perkins. Did I identify everyone?
I've got my hand up.
Oh, Ms. Brenda Thomas as well. So I count 6 votes in favor. So, Ms. Moore Lee, congratulations. You're chairperson of the board. You are now seated immediately, but we will now proceed to the election for vice chairperson using the same format. So I will call for nominations for the office of vice chairperson. Any board member who would like to make a nomination, please do so. Ms. Moore Lee, yes?
Yes, Mr. Schwartz. I'd like to nominate Ms. Nicole Kreamer.
Is there a second?
I would like to second that nomination.
Thank you. Any other nominations for position of vice chairperson?
I'd
Mr. Lucas?
like to nominate Ms. Butler Washington.
Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you. Any other nominations? Seeing none, I will close the nominations. And Ms. Kreamer, as with the chairperson position, you have an opportunity to give a statement to the board up to 3 minutes long. You can start now if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And good afternoon, everyone. Happy New Year again to all my colleagues. And I just want to first thank my colleagues for the nomination, Ms. Moore Lee and Ms. Thomas, Ms. Misha Thomas for the second. It's truly been a remarkable year that this board has served, and I feel that we should all be proud of the accomplishments that we've made as a majority new board over the last year. So just want to congratulate all of us. I'm proud of what we have accomplished together and just looking forward to continuing to do that. And having the support of colleagues is really important in that endeavor. So I just want to say that, as you all know, over the last year, we've worked together very closely, and you know that I'm deeply invested in this work as a member of this community for over 2 decades. And of course, more importantly, as a mother of a CCPS student. So I do not take the role lightly serving on this board. I understand the impact and the value that this role encompasses. And as you all know, I'm very active in the community in various organizations, both you know, outside of CCPS as well. And I've served on the Blueprint Pillar 3 Committee and the Equity Task Force within CCPS to support some of the initiatives and the efforts that we're making to improve education for all students and student achievement, and we'll continue to do that as well. And more importantly, I like to support always our teachers, staff, the students, administration, and families, however and wherever I can. So I believe in the power of showing up for people and for things that you feel are important and believe in. The vice chair should be someone who is committed to this role, someone who is willing to work together collaboratively, not only with the chair and support the chair, but to support the success of the board as a whole, as our effectiveness impacts students and student achievement, which is why we're all here. So I'm fully prepared to take on this role and collaborate and continue to collaborate with my colleagues and have those collaborative conversations to foster more productive discussions to continue to improve the school system for all of our stakeholders. So I humbly ask for your support to serve the board in this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kreamer. Ms. Butler-Washington, you have 3 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, and thank you, Mike Lucas, for nominating me, and thank you, Linda Warren, also for seconding it. And just want to give a little background about myself. Wanted to make sure that you know that I'm getting some echo. That I ran for this position in 2018 to let you know how committed I am of making sure that every student in Charles County is successful. The reason I took on and ran again because I did not truly believe when I did not win in 2018 that it was not a plan for me to continue on to support our students. But I want to make sure that you understand my investment. I am always a person that is willing to have the hard talk. And I do want to let everyone know that when it's concerning our students, making sure that our student is put front and center. If it doesn't make sense to ensure that our students are succeeding, it doesn't make sense to me, because the reason we're all here is to ensure that all the students are progressing and are going to be productive adults when they leave our school system. As you know, I'm engaged in a lot of organizations outside of the students, and I'm particularly happy that I am with my Department of State, that they have deemed that I am the person to bring in the students from George Washington. So that's a very honor there. It was a commitment, and it also was telling to me because it lines up with what we're doing here on the school board would give me more insight. So my job as a vice, I think, is to ensure that I hear from everybody, working with the chair, letting the chair lead. I'm there to assist. and we are all a part of the board, but making sure that the collaboration is from the top down to the bottom. And I just wanted to make sure that when we do make this decision, and I hope I can gain your trust. As you know, I ran for vice chair my very first year when we became all board members. And I hope this year I am successful in doing it this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler-Washington. Again, we will vote in order of nomination, and as soon as a nominee receives 6 votes, the voting concludes. So all in favor of Ms. Kreamer as vice chairperson, please raise your hand until I identify you. Ms. Brenda Thomas, Ms. Moore Lee, Ms. Jamila Smith, Ms. Treasure Perkins, Ms. Nietzsche Thomas, and Ms. Nicole Kreamer. That's 6 votes. That concludes the election. Ms. Kreamer, congratulations. And I will now turn the meeting back to our new chairperson and vice chairperson, Ms. Moore Lee. I'm turning it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, and thank you very much to my colleague for entrusting me with this incredible responsibility. All right, on to the next action item. Does anyone need a break? The next action item is actually a 5-minute break. Are we good? I think we just came off of a break. Okay, we can push through. Dr. Navarro, can you please give us your update to the board?
Yes, but before that, Madam Chair, congratulations to you and the new vice chair. I just wanted to see if we want to take on part of our agenda today about public forum and whether or not there's an interest from the board to suspend its current policy that at every meeting it has public forum based on today having to adjust the board meeting and compact the board meeting. What that would mean is if the board approves and votes to approve to suspend that, that it would public forum would resume at the next meeting of the board, which is our work session in 2 weeks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Schwartz, would you like to come forward, offer any discussion or explanation? If not, I can just proceed to entertaining a motion.
I think Dr. Navarro captured it well, and the policy we're looking at suspending is policy 1133, and the request from the superintendent and the recommendation is to suspend it just for this board meeting. That policy requires public forum at each board meeting, and the suspension is allowed under board policy 8220, which allows the board to suspend this policy at any time for any reason.
Okay.
By majority vote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Okay, at this time, the chair will entertain a motion to suspend policy 1133 and to reconvene with public forum at our January work session. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Kreamer. Any discussion?
Ms. Moore Lee, if I may.
Sure.
I just wanted to just make sure that the public understands that, of course, you know, this decision was made in the interest of safety for everyone, for the board and for staff. And of course, our school's closing early today. And so that is why the board is meeting virtually. And if anyone was planning to attend to speak at public forum tonight, of course you can, as Dr. Navarro mentioned, we're going to resume public forum at our work session in a couple of weeks. But if there is a pressing matter, please do not hesitate to reach out to the board via email. You know, you have all of our emails. They are available on the website. Please feel free to do that if you have a concern that, you know, you wanted to raise that, you know, you don't want to wait for the work session for. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Kreamer. Ms. Warren?
I just wanted to also say, I don't know if this is something that was already done, but maybe make it known to the public that in when we have bad weather, that this will be the practice. So to just not, it's like not a knee-jerk reaction and people are caught off guard that may have been able, wanting to attend maybe virtually today. Is there a way we could make this public knowledge? I know Vice Chair Nicole just shared that. So I think that would be helpful so people won't just feel like, oh, well, they maybe have to change their plans. Just don't want to inconvenience anybody, but making sure the message is put out there in advance so they will know in the future. Thank you.
Ms. Moore Lee,
Yes,
to that point, one of the
Yeah.
things that we would need to do is, because we have to get board approval to suspend the policy, and if there's an interest in the board to make that determination anytime there's inclement weather. Today's a little bit different because we could go virtual for a whole bunch of reasons, and we were trying to get staff out of main CCPS buildings early because of power outages and other concerns. So I wasn't recommending to make that a common practice for the board when there's weather issues, just to take it on every time. And then the board would have to make that decision. But it's up to the board to take that on beyond today's request.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Ms. Samisha Thomas?
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. So essentially, I was thinking to Ms. Warren's point, she was thinking maybe blanket if there's inclement weather closure for schools, and that also would impact the board meetings. But you're saying a case-by-case basis because inclement weather may not necessarily mean that we don't actually need to suspend the meeting. So if it's snowing, we're all in, fine, for example. But if there's a power outage, then it's the case by case. So you're wanting us to stick with the case by case basis. You think that's best?
I think for this particular case, I was asking on a case by case. There's many options of why inclement weather could happen, and so I was thinking about this case. I understand Ms. Warren's question about being able to let the community know. So it's something, if the board wants to consider it, absolutely. I mean, it is your policy, so you can consider it. I just wanted to make sure that for this time around, it was more of the reasons, the type of weather conditions that drove us to sort of shorten this meeting and tighten it up a little bit. And just as an FYI, one of the things that we did decide to do is public recognition. We have it at every board meeting. It's not in policy, it's in our practices. But we did communicate to all of our families and staff members that we were going to come back with a plan for doing public recognition because we wanted to make sure we do it. And again, the board meets twice a month. This is the board meeting, but we also have a work session opportunity to make that up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion? All right. Seeing none, all in favor of suspending the public forum for this meeting, please raise your hand. All right. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't see you, Miss Brenda Thomas. Okay.
Her hand is
all right.
Not has her hand up.
Okay, no worries. I just want to make sure if you, because I know you're having some technical difficulties. Okay, please lower your hand. Yeah, I know. Any opposed? Same sign. Give you a second to lower your hands. All right, the motion passes. So we will suspend public forum for this meeting only, and we will plan on having it for the January work session. And as Ms. Kreamer mentioned, in the meantime, if anyone did have any testimony that they plan to give or anything they wanted to share, they do not need to wait. Please feel free to email anyone on the board. My email is ymorley@ccboe.com, and we'll happily take whatever information you share. All right. And thank you for the reminder, Dr. Navarro. I know we wanted to do that early on. Okay, now we can have the superintendent's update.
Yes, so I have posted the superintendent update, and I know that we're trying to compact the meeting a little bit. So I won't read my actual statement. It's posted for the public, but I wanted to highlight a couple of things in the message. We have began our work for providing other options for supporting student behavioral health, and that includes partnering with Hazel Health to do telehealth. And I just wanted to let the public know that we're working in secondary schools, and the kickstart of this project really began late fall. And so far we have been supporting as case appropriate around 50 students through telehealth supports. And so that is a great opportunity for us to diversify our portfolio of ways in which we can be supportive of student behavioral health, which is pivotal for their learning and development. I also wanted to highlight that on January 17th, 17th. We want to let our secondary parents know that the College of Southern Maryland is hosting a scholarship fair from 6 to 8 p.m. At the La Plata campus. And we want to make sure that it's not just juniors and seniors that should attend. Families can also come and learn about the FAFSA application, how to get federal support, and how to reach out for scholarships. This is very important, and it's never too early to start that process as a parent, to learn about the process and the options available. Also, we have our early college program presentations for families. It's on our website, and it's also through our social media. If you are the parent or a rising sophomore, rising junior and senior for next year, we highly encourage you to attend the sessions, learn about the opportunities and options for students, and we want to see many students take up the challenge and the opportunities for this. What I say to parents is, why not have CCPS pay for up to 2 years of college for your student? And so that's my main bite. And I just want to close my comments, oddly enough, highlighted to remind families to make sure we have your correct information in our systems so that you too can get notifications about weather changes, related changes. I didn't think it was going to be happening on the actual day that I wrote it down. But also a reminder that in your calendars on page 10, we also talk about our inclement weather. So just let us have the most recent contact information for you so that we can send you all kinds of texts at 5:30 in the morning on these inclement weather days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Okay, next we will have the EACC update from Mr. Sean Howell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Board of Ed, Dr. Navarro, staff, distinguished guests, and those watching on YouTube. As we prepare to review the budget today, EACC knows there are a range of priorities that have been given to every local system across the state. The blueprint demands that we expand early education, and CCPS has done that over the last 2 years, bringing the opportunity for early childhood education to an increased number of students. At the same time, local school systems have been required to expand their career and technology offerings and their pathways for students so that all of our students have the chance to gain workforce certifications prior to leaving high school or early access to college for our students who are interested in continuing their education beyond a high school diploma. Each of these initiatives requires resources and commitments that are layered onto the already important work that is happening for students each day. As Dr. Navarro said recently, we are becoming a pre-K to college public education system rather than a K through 12 system. I'm here to urge you today that in your budget work that you prioritize the educators who are on the front lines every day with our students. All these new initiatives, although proposed years ago, have now collided with a national educator shortage. The demands on our public education system continue to grow, but unfortunately funding for all the asks often lags behind or falls short of meeting the needs, and yet the expectations never diminish. As we are working to implement supports like mentoring, coaching, and grow your own pathways for conditional educators, we must remember that our experienced workforce bears much of the responsibility for supporting our newest educators in addition to meeting the needs of their students every day. Conditional educators are learning the job while they're doing it, and their experienced colleagues are doing their best every day to assist the newest colleagues in developing their skills as an educator. In this era, we can't do more with less, or the students will suffer, our staff will suffer. We need to do more with more. I say all this to remind our community that we are in a different era in education, and we in Maryland, in Charles County, are going to need the resources, the money to build the best school system in the country. Today, I'm asking you to prioritize the employees who work with our students every day as you consider your budget and your funding decisions moving forward. None of the work that happens on behalf of the students can occur without a dedicated workforce. As you consider not only how to prioritize the financial needs, I would be remiss if I didn't also encourage you to look at how time is allocated. The growing demands of bringing expanded offerings is already squeezing school schedules, and educators are constantly being forced to figure out how they learn new curriculums, plan for the variety of needs of students, while being assigned additional responsibilities such as class coverage and other duties to be sure that all of the essential work is done. Regardless of the staff shortages that plague this profession, Learning a profession takes time. Providing coaching and feedback takes time. Developing meaningful, high-quality lessons takes time. Compensation and time are extremely important to all educators. I've addressed compensation. I would like to address time. Educators right now need more time. Time to drill down on data, time to provide students with informative grades, time to collaborate with peers, time to plan, time to learn how to be the best staff we can be. The EACC Board of Directors has some ideas we would offer for your consideration. Adding a few 2-hour delays or adding a couple of 2-hour early dismissals would offer educators 2 hours, only 2 hours, but that would mean so much. Adjusting the calendar to allow for a few hours or a day for staff to work and collaborate after an extended break for students would provide much needed time for staff. The Board of Education still has at its disposal the ability to submit a plan for the use of asynchronous days. EACC has repeatedly heard the value of those asynchronous days during COVID in providing much needed collaboration between educators across schools and throughout the system. A few well-placed asynchronous days could provide the time for long-range planning for grade levels and departments, allow educators that are singletons in their building to meet virtually and share lessons from the meeting their student needs, and provide time to analyze data to inform instructional decisions. As you deliberate and set a budget for next year, how can we re-examine the amount of time we have and how it's used to benefit students while giving educators the time they need to do this important work? Providing time, improving working conditions, and providing appropriate compensation are some of the most important keys to our educators' retention problem. The decisions before you are not easy, but prioritizing the people who are doing the important work with the students and providing them with the professional time they need to learn, grow, and be their best will be your best investment moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. Next up, we will hear from Ms. Sarah Birch from AFSCME. Ms. Birch, are you still on? I know we heard her earlier.
I can see her, but I wonder if she can't hear us.
Yeah.
I think she's working to get her audio working.
Okay. I'll give her a minute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sarah Birch, president of AFSCME Local 2981. This is the start of a new year, and our aspirations are, while not exactly new, but they feel renewed. Local 2981 again would love to increase membership, add stewards, increase salaries, and spread happiness. The opportunity to change your field is possible at Charles County Public Schools. It does require sacrifices of support staff. All employees are eligible for tuition reimbursement, which includes any certification in your field or a new field. Remember, some classes are online. The AFSCME business meetings, which occur the first Tuesday of each month, are expanding by reviewing the AFSCME 2024 contract along with the regular monthly business. We are available on Zoom from 4:30 to 5:30 for members only. May and June meetings will be action-packed with ratification of our 2025 contract and elections. Notifications will go out 15 days ahead of the meeting so members can make arrangements to be present to vote. On January 2nd, 2024, in our AFSCME business meeting, I brought up that dues were increasing. The breakdown is Full-time dues are $23.15. All members are considered full-time. Please remember, the use of tobacco, alcohol, or drugs are not permitted on school or board property. You could lose your job. One more reminder, don't forget when it's raining, the wind's blowing, or even snowing in January or February. In August, CCPS, EACC, and AFSCME will be having a big party in the heat at the Blue Crab Stadium. Come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Birch. And we know that party is always a good time. We appreciate you. All right, next up, Ms. Acton. We'll be discussing the superintendent's proposed fiscal year 24-25 operating budget.
Good afternoon. Ms. Sherry Fisher-Davis is also joining us for our budget presentation. As we've done in the past, I'll give an overview, and then Ms. Fisher-Davis will walk us through the details with the PowerPoint. The superintendent's priorities for her fiscal year 2025 operating budget will follow. We are asking for a $522.6 million budget, which is an increase of $41.8 million or 8.7% over our fiscal year 2024 base operating budget. At this time, state funding, which is preliminary, is presumed to increase by $11.8 million. Our request to the county commissioners is an increase of $29.6 million or 13.5%. The fiscal year 2025 operating budget also includes the use of fund balance of $3.7 million. Our expenditure increases include mandatory health care costs, the nurses contract with the Charles County Health Department, negotiated school bus contractor wages and replacement of retiring buses. It also includes MABE, liability insurance, workman's compensation premiums, retirement, and it includes a reserve for collective bargaining and minimum wage increases, which we've already mentioned in previous conversations, funds to support the continued implementation of the blueprint for Maryland's future, non-instructional and instructional budget increases as a result of inflation or product increases. Our budget also includes a request for the addition of 75 full-time FTE positions to expand our school system to cover the needs of Blueprint, but also our increased enrollment in programs. The positions that we're asking for include maintenance, finance, IT staff, as well as school administration and teachers. Our budget includes full-time wages, which are budgeted at 99% of actual costs, so there's a 1% vacancy budgeted. And our food and nutrition service budget does not include any meal price changes for breakfast and lunch, and our breakfast and lunch prices comply with the Maryland Cares for Kids Act. And then I will turn it over to Ms. Fisher-Davis, who hopefully can share her screen and join us.
Good afternoon. So are you able to see the PowerPoint presentation?
We're not seeing anything right now, no.
Okay, let's see.
Now something, there we go. Thank you.
Okay. So as Ms. Acton gave an overview of our FY22 budget, FY25 budget, here we have our strategic priorities, which is student learning and achievement, access and opportunities, culture and climate. So we'll just go ahead and start digging in. The FY25 budget ask is a $522 million budget. As you can see in the slide, we are indicating that about 47.5% comes from our local county government, while 51.
Sorry, Ms. Fisher-Davis, I think
yes.
you need to advance it. It's still on the priorities.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay, let's see. me see if I can
How
move.
quickly we have forgotten to go virtual, huh?
Yeah, because I have two screens, so let me just make sure you cannot. So is there someone else trying to share? Let me see.
Put it down in the left corner, I think, of your Zoom where we see the slides. You should have your advanced control buttons. Do you see that?
Let's see. I don't. All right, so you're still seeing which slide are you seeing now?
Right now, we're not seeing anything.
We
Okay.
just see you.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to do share screen. Let's see. And we're going to go to screen 1. And share. Okay.
Okay.
So let me know what you're seeing now.
Okay. Now we see where the money comes from slide.
Okay.
The total.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's the one. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So 51.3% from the state government and then federal and local funding. So if we do a breakdown of the cost per pupil, the proposed amount is $18,147, and that's based on projected enrollment of 28,795 students, which does include pre-K. And you can see the breakdown for dollars. The largest amount, of course, is instruction, followed by maintenance, operation, capital outlay, then student transportation. And looking at how we compare against our neighbors for FY22, Charles County was 16th out of 24 LEAs with a per pupil amount of $16,317. Number 1 was Somerset with 22,280, and Frederick was 24th with 15,227. Looking at our FTEs, as I indicated earlier, we are projecting enrollment to be 28,795, and that is pre-K through 12. The projected pre-K number is 1,255. So the K through 12 number is 27,540, but inclusive it's 28,795, and that's what we're projecting for next year.
And just to jump in right there to make sure that we're clear. So we do get separate pre-K funding, but the majority of our funding is based on K through 12, which excludes pre-K, which is why this chart is showing the 27,540.
Okay. Moving on, taking a look at our special populations over a 10-year period. So FY12 to 22, we're looking at our farms, our special ed, and our EL populations. You can see all 3 populations have grown dramatically over that 10-year period. So as Ms. Acton alluded to earlier, looking at our revenue and where it comes from, we are proposing a 13.5% increase in county funding with $29.6 million and state funding at about 4.6% with $11.8 million use of fund balance, and giving us a total revenue increase of about $41.7 million, which is an 8.7% increase over FY24.
And one other item for me to jump in on the revenue. Our ask of the county is about 29.6 million above maintenance of effort. So that's a pretty heavy lift that we're asking of them. And those numbers, as we've said before, when we put together our budget and our strategic items that we are hoping to accomplish in the next year, once we have the state funding, the additional funding that we need that is falling short of what the state is giving us falls on the county. So just wanted to mention that the county last year gave us $218,767,000. And so this is a pretty robust budget ask.
And the state projections, The 11.8 is our projection based off of our best knowledge of information because the governor's budget has not been released. That won't happen until the 17th. And then MSDE will they'll release their preliminary revenue projections to the LEAs. So the 11.8 is based on the best information we have right now, but it is extremely preliminary. So we will have a better idea of how big of a shift this will be once MSDE releases their numbers to us, hopefully by the end of next week. Okay, so as we were discussing, the state revenue we're saying is about 11.8 million increase. So we are saying our farms numbers for FY24 was about almost 14,000, which was an increase of a little over 1,800 students from FY23. And some of the areas where we are declining in revenue based off of these preliminary projections are guaranteed tax base and transitional supplemental instruction, which for TSI, we only have, I believe this will be the last year, FY25, for that funding, and that will sunset. County government funding, as Ms. Acton was saying, 29.6, which is a very large ask, but again, we're basing this off of the very preliminary information that we have at the time. If we look at the county funding to CCPS over a 5-year period, you'll see that fortunately last year, which is the current year we're in, FY24, our budget ask was fulfilled. So the county funded us with 218 million. And you'll see the percentage increases that we've been funded by the county over the past 5 years.
Sherry, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can I just go back to that slide really quick? One of the things I just wanted to point to the board is we have been very lucky for the last 2 years to be fully funded. This is, as you can tell, a very aggressive budget request. And I am very hopeful that we get better state numbers so that the state share of the ask for the funding is increased. But I wanted to point your attention to the historical slice of the pie that goes to education in Charles County. If you look at the fourth column that says percentage of local funding CCPS requested, and then percentage, the very last column, percentage of approved local funding to CCPS, you can see the that from 2020 to 2024, we are a lesser slice of the pie. We are the greatest slice of the pie in terms of county local dollars, but we've lost a little bit of ground on that. And I just wanted to highlight that for the board in terms of historical knowledge, even though we were fully funded for the past 2 years.
Thank you. Okay, so as we move on, mandatory cost increases, which are basically things that we don't necessarily have control over. So we take those off the top. We are estimating a 5% increase in healthcare costs, which puts us at about 2.2 million additional. Bus contract increases, which will include retiring buses and pay increases to the contractors, is about 10% increase, which is $3.9 million. A 4-point increase in teachers' pension, which is about $500,000. A 20% increase in MAID liability insurance at $481,000, and an estimated 10% increase to our nurses' contract with the health department. We also, which gives us a total of 7.7, almost $7.8 million in mandatory cost increases. We have a placeholder in of 18.8, almost $18.9 million for collective bargaining between our 2 units. Then we'll get into the very detailed list of budget asks and where they are assigned. So I'll just kind of highlight, this is our 2nd year for workforce development, and that funding is based off of student enrollment. So there was a slight increase due to inflation. So there's an additional 97,000 going to the Workforce Development Board. The blueprint implementation cost as a total is an additional $3 million, the bulk of which is going to open the Early Learning Center in Waldorf. So that facility will need to be staffed with teachers, administrators, nurses, etc. So you'll see all of the FTEs that we're asking for that facility, which will house 150 pre-K students. Moving on to non-instructional budget increases, we're asking for some additional FTEs in fiscal services. We are asking for 9 additional youth engagement advocates at the middle school level, a gun detecting license, which is something we currently have, but that grant is sunsetting, so the operating budget will need to pick up that cost. Middle school and secondary extracurricular plan of about $3.3 million. In the Office of Human Resources, we're asking for an additional recruiting coordinator, compensation study, HR advertising, and substitute training. In technology, we're asking for 2 additional FTEs for an HCM system administrator, which is tied to our Oracle implementation, and a cybersecurity engineer, which is very much directly tied to our MABE insurance, that we really need to have this or else our premiums will be increasing to secure ourselves from cyber attacks. For router and switch replacements and replacement laptops, since we did go one-to-one with devices. The Office of Supporting Services, we have several FTEs we're asking for: an assistant fleet manager, bus contractor compliance manager, bus drivers and attendants, and several other initiatives such as elevator system, persons with disability and special needs equipment, life safety and security. This very detailed slide is pretty much all of our budget, our instructional budget increases, many of which are price increases or inflationary increases. A lot of this is related to our dual language location that will be opening in the fall of 2024 at Middleton Elementary. Our theater pathway, which is a fine arts initiative. And down towards the end, we are poised to add an additional concentration of poverty school, which would be Jennifer Elementary. So we are required to have a community coordinator there. So that will be an additional FTE at that location. And then there are increases to our other community schools: Eva Turner, Ryan, Mudd, Indian Head, and Brown. So we have a total of 75 FTEs that we're asking for, which again brings us to a budget of $522 million. So where does all of this money go? The bulk of our budget, of course, is always our people. Salaries and wages and benefits at 59% and 18% respectively. Second piece of the pie goes to contracted services, which includes our bus contractors, nurses, and other contractual services, followed by utilities and supplies and equipment. Again, we have a placeholder of about $18.9 million in for collective bargaining. We have already met the state's requirement of the minimum wage increase, which went into effect in January. We've already surpassed that by offering a minimum wage of $15.06 per hour. So our mandatory cost increase, again, we'll look at student transportation. We're asking for the 3.9, almost $4 million in increase to bus contractors. The CCPS current fleet has about 376 buses, 314 are from contractors, and CCPS owns about 62. And the remainder of the slides are just very detailed information about all of the budget asks that we presented earlier. So it just gives a very overview of what we're asking for. So all of this information has been posted on board docs on the PowerPoint presentation, and there's also a PDF file that goes into much greater detail.
Thank you, Sherry. Just to remind the board, we have a January work session where we dig deeper into the budget, but we'd be happy to take any clarification questions that you might have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Acton, and thank you, Ms. Fisher-Davis, for the very, very detailed presentation. Are there any questions at this time from any board members? Yes. In order, I see Ms. Samisha Thomas, followed by Ms. Jamila Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Axon, and also and for your staff, Ms. Fisher, for putting together such a comprehensive document for us to review. Dr. Navarro, you mentioned that the percentage of budget that the board is currently taking of Charles County's budget is has been trending down for the percentage approved by local funding. And I'm just curious, Ms. Acton or Ms. Fisher, given the changes in the landscape of how the blueprint and other things are affecting us, do we believe that trend is going to continue down, or is there kind of a point that we're going to break even? And I ask that question because it seems that Ms. Acton and also just that department has been very proactive. For example, with having the $15 an hour already in place before we were required and mandated to do it. But I'm just trying to figure out if we're asking for a bigger ask now, what do we think is going to happen as we go in subsequent years? Because I think that'll matter as to how we develop this relationship to continue to get funding or look for other places for funding, et cetera.
Sure. It's been a concern of mine from the beginning with the blueprint, because there is a local portion of the blueprint that the counties are expected to pick up. We are fortunate in some regards in that our maintenance of effort is higher than that. But what that also means is that we're not really getting additional funding unless they go above maintenance of effort to deal with the the increased costs associated with the blueprint. Now, having said that, I mean, the county has been very receptive to our budgets and trying to meet our needs. But I have a concern that as the funding for the local share continues to increase, that there may be more of a gap between what we're asking for and what the county is able to provide. So I know that doesn't completely answer your question, but I think that there could be some concerns moving forward due to the demands of the blueprint and what the county is able to provide. They've, as I've mentioned, so last year they have given us 5 to 6% above maintenance of effort in the past couple of years, an additional $10 million last year and an additional $12 million the year before. So they've been very generous, but can they continue to do that? That remains to be seen based on their taxes that they collect.
Okay, so that the maintenance of effort plus the local requirements as those variables change, we need to look at sustainability for the things that we're asking for in the future. So that's the concern that we need to kind of, I guess, earmark so that we're conscientious of that as we're going to look at future programmatic changes.
And we will have to prioritize, as Dr. Navarro said, we've been fortunate the past 2 years to basically, last year was completely fully funded. The year before was very close. But if that is not able to continue, then we would have to prioritize which items we're going to do beyond the blueprint, which we don't have a choice in.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Smith, and then Mr. Hancock.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore Lee. So Ms. Samisha Thomas did sort of ask a few of my questions, so I really just have one. It's pretty evident to me, just having sort of seen the presentation, of course, it's on board doc, so having looked at it there as well, that we're continuing to fund our values, from making sure our educators are properly compensated to ensuring our students have opportunity in and beyond school, also looking at school safety. I think we're very fortunate in that we live in a county where we do have commissioners who have fully supported and fully funded kind of education these past two, I believe you said 2 budget cycles. And I think we actually have 2 educators who serve as commissioners as well, so they understand sort of what it takes to fund a world-class education system. And I know that we continue to be sort of good stewards of the funding we do receive, but I'm curious if there are things that we are sunsetting, things that had a cost in either this budget year or past budget years that we're no longer seeking to fund in cycle that we can point to that says it's not about just spending more money and sort of increasing, how much it costs to run the system, but also looking for fiscal efficiencies for things that perhaps didn't work out as well as we thought they did, or we believe by tweaking a strategy we can get sort of more growth by going in a different direction than we previously did. I'm just wondering if there's a way to share and present that information either in a future board meeting or as we prepare to bring it to the commissioners. But just thinking from that lens, that we need to be able to show that while we absolutely are being good stewards of our money, just making sure that we're able to demonstrate where we're sunsetting, kind of moving away from things that have proven to be either ineffective or less effective as we had hoped.
Yeah, so I'll answer that and say that we can have it for the work session. There's been a couple of things, and just for the I can't spill them all out of my head, but both instructional curriculum programs that we're sunsetting and other programs, and we will have those ready for the work session.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro.
Thank you. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't really have a whole lot of questions, but more so just, I guess, talking out loud, just seeing these numbers right now, and that's a big budget. We're asking a total ask of officially over $500 million. Our total budget request is just about the equivalent of the entire county's operating budget. Just to put it in perspective, I think the county operating budget is only $5 million more than what our total budget request is. So it's a lot of money, a 13.5% increase on the county level, that the almost $2,000 jump in the cost per pupil in the last 2 years. And of course, we've seen the data as to what that is. But it's just, just looking at the numbers and hearing what we are hearing on the state level, I would be very surprised if the county funds this much of it. So I'm just talking out loud. It's a big budget. And that's that we can all see that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Mr. Lucas.
Hi, thanks, Ms. Moore Lee. A couple of things to touch on the percentage of the county budget. That's something we've talked about for a long time, and going back 15, 20 years, it used to be 50%. There was a handshake agreement that it would be 50% of the county budget, and I'm not sure that's the best metric, because the county government has grown, and there are other organizations that are serving the needs of children as well. But I think the budget is, as people have stated, fair and what you need to have a world-class education system. And if there's pushback, fine, but we can justify everything that's been presented. So the 2 questions though that I had is, last year we got kind of a surprise at the end of the year in that we got more money from the state than we thought. So are we still in line, our rank order in terms of our wealth, or do we expect to see any sort of correction, I guess, from what we got last year? That's for Ms. Acton and Mr. Davis.
So when I look at, Dr. Navarro didn't like this when I said this in senior leadership, but when I look at the preliminary numbers that Ms. Fisher Davis has put together, we were given a worksheet basically by the state that has all of the data from the other LEAs. So I looked at it from a high level to see whether we were still receiving a comparable share. And what I see from Ms. Fisher Davis's estimate is yes. So the only question would be, from my perspective, is when the governor presents his budget, has he allocated more money than what we're seeing on that spreadsheet? So I'm not that optimistic that we're going to have that kind of a windfall this year. But it, I guess we'll know on the 18th or the 19th for sure.
Yeah. So what you have is what you expect that we would get.
Yes. The only variables that I could see. So the spreadsheet, the worksheet that we're working off of, relied on every LEA to put their numbers into it, because we are given a share based on their numbers. So unless there were some mistakes by LEAs in what they put in there, I'm not expecting a huge increase, or unless the governor throws more money at education than what's anticipated.
Okay, thanks. And the other question, probably for Dr. Navarro, you had spoken before about activity buses, and I don't see that explicitly called out, but I'm guessing it's probably wrapped up in this line item that says middle and secondary extracurricular plan.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. And so can you expand on how many buses that is? Or is it at every middle school and high school or?
So I'm giving you the equation. I'm going to try to test myself to see how good I am. Mike Heim needs to double check me on this, or Karen. So it is a combination of offering athletic opportunities and clubs in middle schools, and then transportation 5 days a week for 160 days for 3 buses per site or something like that. Was that the formula that we used for all middle and high schools? So there's a formula that we looked at how many days, how many clubs, how many athletic opportunities, and that's how we came up with the funding and how many buses per school on or about. Some of our middle schools are small and some of our high schools are larger, and vice versa. So I think we did an average like that. Karen, does that sound? If I'm recalling the equation. Oh, Sherry, yep.
Sherry.
We're looking at about 32 bus trips per week, 224 total bus trips for the season. And that does include middle school and high school transportation to be provided to and from away meets and all practices at North Point, Lackey, and St. Charles High Schools.
Yes, because we added in the idea that we would also have meets happen in county and transportation for those as well.
Okay, so I heard 32 trips per week, and the other number
224 total bus trips for the season.
Right, and that goes back to what Dr. Navarro. What did you say? You said there was an average of 25 for 150 days. I couldn't write all that down.
So I honestly have to go back. I can provide the board that breakout of when we looked at it a little bit more, because I don't want to give you misinformation, Mr. Lucas. I can do it as a follow-up. But what we did is we try to average out the costs so that we have access for kids to not only participate in the events and competitions, but also in the practices, if you will, for both middle and high school.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Good for me.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Ms. Butler-Washington?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. Just in case we do not get the full budget, do we have a strategy where we can go look for a new grant that could supplement the amount that the county do not give us? Because the reason I ask is I don't want us to diminish our programs because we don't have the money. So is it some kind of strategy that we can go out and look for something like that?
So it depends on how much we don't get funded. I think we are always looking for grant opportunities. We apply to multiple state and federal grants to sort of ensure that we can do different programs. I would say it would depend. I think we are at the stage right now where we're presenting, and then the board is asking questions and customizing the budget to be the budget that they want to submit to the commissioners. I think later on, as we look at the funding of the budget, then you will hear from me if we're not fully funded a recommended strategy moving forward. If it's, it depends. Grants come anywhere between a couple $100,000. Very seldom can you apply unless it's a major federal or state grant for a multi-million-dollar grant. So it just depends on what the deficit would be of how we could offset some costs. But I don't expect if we're not fully funded or if we have major funding gaps, that we can fully make that up simply through grant funded opportunities.
Okay. The next question is, I was excited to hear about the new location for the early learning in Waldorf. And my thing of it is, are we going to put one in the other districts also? The reason I asked that question is that will also be a future budgeting item that we need to start selling to the commissioners to ensure that we are able to ensure that we have 100% for our early learners when the time comes.
Yes, so the Early Learning Center is also a great opportunity because we get to maximize a facility that we already have built, so we don't have to pay CIP for it, and then we can just expand the actual programmatic piece. By the time we expand the access to the Early Learning Center at Waldorf, we will be servicing all of our Tier 1 4-year-olds in the county that we know of, and we'll be servicing a lot, if not most, of the Tier 1 3-year-olds in the county, which is what we're required to do by law from the blueprint when we're fully operational.
So my last, well, it's not a question. It's the we all got our property taxes, and it went up a lot. So I think they're anticipating to support our budget because of that one aspect there. Because I think Mr. Lucas said that about the 50-50, and I had talked to some of the commissioners, and that was the agreement, 50% of the county budget. So I'm hoping and positive that we probably can get our budget passed through. So that concludes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler-Washington. Ms. Kreamer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do actually have several questions, but in the interest of time, I'll save a lot of them for our work session, since I know that's going to be some additional dedicated time, but just a couple of clarifying points. So, well, the first thing I just wanted to mention is that, sort of a comment first, is that, on slide 6, when we review the increase in enrollment, we had a net loss of like 2.3% in 21 and 22, but then we've had a net gain over the last 2 years of 2.83. So we've really returned to pre-pandemic numbers. So, seeing the increase, can sort of justify, a bit our need for continued increased funding. So definitely just wanted to point that out for the benefit of the public, because often we also hear that we've lost enrollment each year, and that, sure, each year, students may disenroll for whatever reason, but we are still realizing a net increase in enrollment. So just want to make sure that the public understands that. So I had a couple of just clarifying questions. So back to Mr. Lucas's question about activity buses, as you know, that was something that, I am definitely in support of, and we discussed before. So just wanted to clarify, I know you said you're going to give us some additional information, but does that include all schools, all middle schools and high schools?
Yes, so it would include the participation of all the middle schools and high schools. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then on slide 20, we talk about the LMS system. See, you're skipping ahead to that. Okay, thank you for that. Where is it at? Is it slide 20? I noted that.
The Office of Accountability EduPoint, is that what you were going to ask about?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Acton. You're in my head. So we're moving from Synergy and Lesson View LMS pages to Canvas. So is this going to impact the parent view and Synergy that students use, or no, that is going to remain?
This is Charmaine Thompson. That will remain. Synergy will remain our system of record for student data. So parent view and student view will remain.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I was a little confused about that, if that was going to be impacted. So thank you for that. And then just my last question for today. So on page 40 on the second document, the reference document, so not the presentation, but on the reference document you provided, it talks about a middle school virtual academy for $400,000. Can you explain in more detail what that includes?
So we have a virtual high school option. And one of the things we were looking at is the expansion and, to respond to an interest in from the community, and I think also an interest from Ms. Moore Lee at some point, was to expand down into our middle school grades, the opportunity of also having a virtual option for middle schools. And so we have learned a lot by doing our virtual high school option. And we are thinking that if we are fully funded, we could take that on also to make it into a middle school program option for students who can learn best or who choose to learn best in that setting. So that's why it's on the budget.
Right, and just to clarify, so that will be something that we'll be looking to do for 6th through 8th grade, and will it be an application process like it is similarly right now for high school?
Yeah, we would follow a similar process. It would be for 6th through 8th graders, and it would have the flexibilities of, if we have it really would try to mirror a high school, standalone middle school. So if you're able to take a high school course in middle school now in our middle schools, that would also have to happen. And so we put in some seed money to begin to do that work and start that work for middle schools.
Thank you for that clarification. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you, Ms. Kreamer. Ms. Tanisha Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Moore Lee. One of the things that I know that we're going to have our working session, and I just would like to note when we get to working session to Ms. Butler Washington's point, and I think Dr. Navarro also raised this. When we talk about ways that we could be prepared to talk about, utilizing the use of our resources, and I think Ms. Smith raised this, where are we going to maybe perhaps identify money from sunsetting programs, more efficient programs? I'd like to know whether or not we have looked at the IT footprint and the spend sustainability, perhaps. And I know Ms. Thompson has probably looked at these things, but I'd like to know where those things are. Moving to the cloud, use of electronic textbooks. And also, Ms. Acton, to your point, right now we're in the throes of an Oracle implementation, so we had implementation costs that should probably go down, and O&M costs will stay steady, but the implementation costs for like Oracle should go down. And so just would like to see from that IT spend, what we're spending, and if we can possibly, again, glean some funding so that we can have more direct student costs and kind of be judicious about the IT spend and how that matches up with the budget that we're utilizing.
Yes, absolutely. One thing that I would like to mention, though, is that the implementation costs were one-time costs and they were not part of the operating budget. So those savings are not part of the operating budget. It came from fund balance to implement. But yes, we'd be glad to provide that for you.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Ms. Thomas?
No, that's all. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? Any other board members? All right, just a couple of quick things. You all have covered much of what I had and raised some excellent points. I will say, as you knew, I would be Dr. Navarro. I'm, of course, excited about the middle school virtual learning option. I have beaten that drum several times. I know Mr. Heil raised today in his comments the considerations about possibly some asynchronous days. So just, putting that back out there again. I know that's a calendar consideration, but I suspect there will be some related costs that may go with that as well. And one other question, really, the last one was more of a statement. Have we started thinking about what summer may look like? And, there's come to be a rather fantastic expectation, if we do say so, from the past couple of summers. Do we think that we'll be able to sustain that?
So for summer programs, the board last year in its budget ask added additional dollars for extended year learning opportunities to the tune of 3.1. I'm looking at you, Karen, to see if you nod. I think it was 3.1 million. And those funds, because the dollars we had used were federal dollars, and we knew that those dollars were all going to sunset. And so
I was close, 3.4. It was close.
Not as good as I used to be. And so we added those funds so that we could continue. Now, I will tell you, Mr. Lowndes is coming up a little bit later, and he can give you some previews on some things that we've been talking about the summer programs, because we have funds to be able to continue the bulk of the programs. We may have situations where we may ask students to pay for a course if they have taken it during the year and have failed it and haven't been able to do grade recovery throughout the year, which we now offer. And so that would be at a cost to the student and the family, rather than sort of the benefits that we provide during the school year to make up a course. And so we can explain that in some of our grading conversations. And then we also plan later in a couple months to come back to the board and talk about our reframing of the summer programs. Every year we gather data, and then we reorganize our programs to be more effectively based on what that data told us last summer. And we have that data. We've been crunching that data, and we have some tweaks to the summer programs. But overall, yes, we will continue to offer robust summer programs, because the board put in that nest egg last budget. And so we still have those dollars to work from.
All right. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Dr. Navarro. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Fisher-Davis, Ms. Acton. Very much appreciated. All right. So next up will be Dr. Jones and Mr. Paole. I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Paole.
Paole. Thank you. On eligibility.
All right. And I want to be sure I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me see if I can start it from the beginning. Let's try this. All right. All right, so good afternoon, Chairperson Moore Lee, Vice Chair Kreamer. Congratulations to you both, and good afternoon to the rest of the board and our staff and our millions of viewers out in the virtual world today. So Mr. Paole and I are here before you for the third time, I believe, in the last 3 months to share a little bit more about the extracurricular eligibility requirements for Charles County Public Schools. And what we have done this time around is to, before I move on, what we've done this time around is to take into consideration all of the questions and the concerns and the items that you all shared with us, the feedback that you shared with us the last 2 times that we met. And our teams have gone back and have done some research as you've asked, and we've also had lots of conversations. And we've come back today with what we think will be a final draft, if you will, a proposal of the changes that we'd like to make to the policy. And so we want to share them with you today, and then to have you all consider those and make some decisions relatively soon. So the first slide you see here is really just the chart version of the policy the eligibility policy, extracurricular eligibility policy as it is written right now. This is the current policy. And so we won't focus as much on this page as we will on the next slide, which is the exact same slide from the policy, but with our suggested revision in the policy. So if I'll take just a moment, if I can move some things around on my screen so I can see it better. Okay. Just a moment to review what we are proposing. And so you'll see that the 9th and the 10th, there's a 9th grade portion, then there's 10 through 12th grade portion, and then there are several comments at the bottom that apply to all grade levels. And so we have not moved or suggested any change to the very first bullet in the 9th grade. So any students promoted from the 9th grade to the 9th grade will automatically meet the GPA and attendance eligibility requirements for the first semester. So that's what we had this past year. No concerns. That was an adjustment that you all approved last year, so we appreciate that. So now we get into some of the things that we are proposing. Students repeating the 9th grade must have earned a 2.0 GPA from the previous quarter. Not a change. All the changes on this page are bolded, underlined, bolded and underlined. And so, students again repeat a 9th grade will have earned a 2.0 GPA from the previous quarter, with no more than one failing F grade. That's the proposed. Again, you'll see it in it's bolded there and underlined. The next bullet there, except for students promoted from 8th grade to 9th grade in their first semester, absences count against eligibility accordingly. So here's how the absences will count against eligibility. Students may be absent for up to 6 days of the previous quarter. For the last couple of times we talked about it, we had initially proposed that we would get rid of the attendance requirement altogether. We did hear the concerns and the questions and all. We went back and talked about it, and we'd like to amend that original proposal to now say that students may be absent for up to 6 days of the previous quarter without providing documentation and without any negative effect on their eligibility. The next bullet there, students who are absent, and of course we'll open this up for your questions at the end here, so I'll just keep moving. Students who are absent for more than those 6 days may provide lawful absence documentation thereafter, thereby equating no effect on their eligibility. So they can have up to 5 basically parent notes, which is what we have now, that parents can submit up to 5 parent notes. And again, no effect on the eligibility. The rest of that language there that's not bold is the same. Suspensions do count against eligibility. Then for 10th through 12th grade, they must meet the local promotion standards, must have earned a 2.0, no more than one failing grade. And again, the absences there are the same as what we recommended for the 9th grade. Down at the bottom of this, and I got to move you all around on this on my screen here. So there were the few bullets here that are again specifically taken right out of the policy there, that except for students promoted from the 8th grade to the 9th grade who wish to participate in fall extracurricular sports or activities, they will need to meet eligibility requirements based on their 4th quarter performance at the end of the previous year. The next bullet there is the same again, but will need to meet eligibility requirements based on their 1st quarter performance. So again, this is for winter sports. So the first, number 1 is for fall sports, number 2 is for winter sports, number 3 is for spring sports, and they'll have to meet the eligibility requirements based on their 2nd quarter performance. And again, these are pulled right out of the policy, except for student number 4, except for students promoted from 8th to 9th grade in their first semester. If a student has received more than one failing grade, so that's the change that we're proposing, he or she is ineligible for the remainder of the season, postseason, and following quarter. And again, nothing that isn't bolded or underlined is any different than what the policy currently says. Students academically, number 5, ineligible at the end of the 4th quarter, may regain. So here's one that we are proposing that we hadn't talked about initially before. Students academically ineligible at the end of the 4th quarter may regain eligibility for the 1st quarter based on their successful redemption of a failed class in the summer school. So we did not have that most recently where summer school could impact a student's eligibility for fall activities, fall sports, but we are recommending that students be able to gain eligibility by attending summer school to make up a failed course. And then students may, the last bullet on the slide, students may gain season eligibility at the quarter interim mark for quarters 1 through 3, pending the documented grade performance at the time. And so again, we have not been a district that has allowed students to become eligible based on their interim progress up until this point. So we are considering the allowance of students to become eligible again at the midpoint in the quarter, at the interim mark, and again, based on whether or not they pass a failed class in summer school, which will be a lot of work to turn that around pretty quickly. Summer school typically ends for us at the first week in August, first Friday in August, and then fall sports begin typically around August the 15th. So that'll be a lot of manual kind of work, but we are prepared to take that on, believing that this will be a good decision for our students and the possibility of many more of them being able to participate. So I'm going to turn it over. We only have a couple more slides here. There were some questions that we that came up that we didn't necessarily put in the policy here, but we did get some answers for you. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Powley at this time to talk a little bit about some of those questions that we, well, I think I am, but we got to move the slide. There you are. All right,
thank you, Dr. Jones.
You can see my screen. Go for it.
I can hear it. Can everybody hear me? All right. So in the last meeting, there were several really, really good questions that the Board of Ed asked us to see if we could find some information on. If you'll notice on the left-hand side of the screen, that's what the other Maryland districts are doing. And on the right-hand side is what Charles County Public Schools is doing. The first question that the board asked is, are there students required to be in attendance in order to practice and compete? And in other Maryland districts, they kind of have the same protocols that we do, because obviously athletes need to be in school the day of in order to practice and or compete. But the real reason why they don't have any attendance requirements, most of the LEAs indicated that their requirements are sufficient. So that they feel that the GPA and the result of the GPA is a result of them actually being in school, going to class, taking tests, finishing classwork and homework and things like that. Charles County Public Schools is the only school system that has an attendance, has an attendance piece to it. They're not allowed, they cannot be unlawfully absent more than 4.5 days, and obviously they need to be in school for part of the day, and it's usually the second half of the day unless it is pushed through prior. The second question is, how do summer school grades impact eligibility? And Dr. Jones kind of put that into the policy there. 11 LEAs responded to our query. 10 of the 11 districts allow summer school passing grades to replace the failed fourth quarter grade. So it not only will update the fourth quarter grade, but it will also update the GPA if there is a ineligibility based on GPA. Charles County Public Schools, what we currently do, summer school does not count towards the eligibility going into the first quarter or the fall season, nor does it update the GPA. The third question that we asked is, can athletes gain eligibility mid-season? And this is also something that Dr. Jones spoke about. 16 of the LEAs responded to the question, and 10 of the 16 allow athletes to gain eligibility during the season. It also says most at the interim time mark. There was one county that was a little interesting. It offered a one-time waiver, but again, 9 out of the 16 let student athletes become eligible at the interim mark. Charles County Public Schools does not allow athletes to gain eligibility during the season at all, only when report cards are issued at the end of each quarter and or semester. This next question here, how does eligibility for all high school students in other districts compare to Charles? So this is a comparison of quarter 1 of this school year. This was kind of a tough number to get turned around in a short amount of time between the last board meeting and this one, along with the holiday season. But I did get 3 to respond. Anne Arundel County, for all high school students, has an 82.5% eligibility rate in all of their high schools. Carroll County is at a 92% rate, and Garrett is at a 97% rate. Charles County is at a 69% rate, and we had given that data to you in the last two times that we met. Just so that I can give you a quick reminder, Carroll County is the second most stringent when it comes to eligibility. Anne Arundel is in that third category where they only allow a 2.0 and no more than one failing grade. And Garrett County's well towards the bottom where they only allow, well, they don't have, you can't have more than one failing grade. The second to last question, why do districts allow for a failing grade? 17 of the 24 districts allow at least one failing grade. The consensus was, I asked them to explain why, is that all the other requirements are reasonable and acceptable for increasing opportunities and encouraging participation. And that is the opinion of their Board of Education and their senior leadership. Right now, Charles County Public School does not currently allow any failing grades in order to be eligible. And finally, that last question is what does CCPS do to monitor academic progress and keep athletes engaged and encourage them to retain their eligibility status? It's a great question. Me being a former athletic director, I got a really good grasp on it. Coaches who are in the building, coaches who are full-time employees and have access to Synergy, a lot of them are teachers, they're instructional assistants, they are linked with very easy access to Synergy reports. Those can be checked daily. So if they actually are a teacher, they may have their 4 or 7 classes, but if they're a coach of something, they'll have like an 8th class. So if it's their basketball team, if it's their girls lacrosse team, it'll show up as another class. They can check those grades in real time. During high school activity periods, which is every single day, in-season teams have built-in study hall. They have the first priority where they get to go to that. If it's first period activity, they go and meet with that coach at first period. If it's 8th period, it's the same thing. So a lot of times, each and every day, those in-season sports get to meet with their coaching and their head coaches and their coaching staffs. On several competition days, a lot of times there's downtime in between when school is out and when you have to get on the bus. A lot of times study hall is built in, especially if it's a home meet. It's not as much study hall time, obviously, if you have to travel, but there is study hall time built in. There are also coaches who are not full-time employees. These athletes are usually required to show their student view on their phone, and that's usually a weekly thing. Some coaches ask for it more often. I will tell you this, is that a lot of our head coaches, they have a higher standard for their team members than what our actual eligibility policy is. With that being said, unless Dr. Jones has something, I think we can open this back up for questions.
Yeah, we're just about ready to do that, but I did want to at least let me stop sharing and maybe share one more document here, and this sort of speaks a little bit to, well, I guess it does, maybe not. Yeah, these are not things I wanted to show you. So, all right, so there, no, okay, so there is. And I'm looking as I'm talking to you, but there was, you all can't see my screen right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. If you give me 1 second, but there was a question about students with the 1F and some of the more commonly, I guess, failed courses. And then there was, and I wanted to show that to you. I thought that would have been a good one to show this. Okay, so I think maybe now, hold on, let's see. All right, stand by, I'm getting better with this. All right, so let's see. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All
yes,
right,
we can.
Okay, that was some work. You all just don't know, that was work for me just now. Okay, so the first quarter, again, we did take a look, and this is based on, again, some of the questions and some of the feedback that you all shared with us before. So we did take a quick look with the help of Mr. Steve Roberts over in the Research and Assessment Office, Steve Roberts' office. And so, but we had 7 students that we counted in the first quarter. We had a 3.5 GPA or better with a 1F, and these were the courses. If you can see here, the top chart on the left, there were about 67 students. I'm over the chart on the right side there that had a 3.0 or higher and the 1F, and you see the courses that they did fail there. And then the third chart for students that had a 3.25 or higher GPA. And there were 22 of those students. You see the courses that they failed. So about 96 or so, I think, is that math. About 96 students who had above a 3.0 and had the 1F. And that just speaks to some of the commentary that we shared before, where there are times when there are students who are solid students who happen to, for whatever the reason, struggle in a particular area. And just about 100 of those in the first quarter wouldn't have been eligible or weren't eligible. Although they're really good students, and who knows whether or not they would have wanted to participate in something extracurricular. So again, just based on some of the questions that were posed before we did that little bit of research, we wanted to be sure we had a chance to share that with you today as well. But this time we are prepared to take questions, and I can, as I try to pull up the PowerPoint once again in case we need to reference it. And Mr. Lucas, Mr. Lucas, and my apologies, Board Chairperson, Board Chair Moore Lee. Turn it back over to you to entertain questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Ms. Kreamer, and then Ms. Tamisha Thomas.
Madam Chair, and thank you again, Dr. Jones and Mr. Paulet. Always a pleasure to see you all, even though virtually today. I just want to thank you both for this really comprehensive presentation that you've brought before us today. And I know you said you noted that it was the third time that you've come before us. And so I think the third time is the charm, right? That's like how the saying goes, right? I just have a couple of clarifying questions. So regarding the attendance recommendation, is it 6 days without a note and then another 5 days with parent notes for a total of 11 days that the students will be permitted to miss of school in a quarter and not affect their eligibility? Did I read that correctly?
In essence, yes, that is correct. And so that's a little more than we had before. So yes, about 1.5 days above what we had before. Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that point. And the second question I had was, who is gonna, or I don't know if you've even thought through this process yet, but who would manage the interim eligibility redemption process? So will this be a coach's responsibility, for the students to bring their interims and say, hey, and now I'm meeting, eligibility requirements, or has that process been developed or thought through at all yet?
Well, I can certainly let Mr. Paulet chime in on this, but our initial thought on it is that we would work with the athletic directors in order to work with the teachers and the coaches to do that, just as they are checking at the end of the quarters now. So we would work out a process whereby they would take lead on that. And Rich, feel free to chime in if I'm speaking out of turn on that.
No, I think you're exactly right. I think the biggest thing is there still has to be a registration process because there's protocols, health physicals and things like that we need prior to releasing that student to the team. So the grades are one thing. I think the grades is actually the easy part. I think the registration's the tougher part.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so in having conversations with staff as a follow-up to that, is this something that the staff feels they can accomplish? The athletic directors and coaching or teachers? I mean, have you had those conversations, and do they feel like if this is the proposed policy and the board does vote to adopt the policy as you have recommended it, is that something that they feel that they would be able to accomplish? Because I know, it is difficult to try to make decisions, make order, and as you pointed out, for all those reasons, paperwork and the time it takes to get everyone where they need to be and the documents in the in the computer system and all of that.
Yeah, I think I would say that if this is what the board vote, then we will make it happen. I can tell you that. Will it be challenging? Get used to to establish and then get used to a process that's a little bit different than what we have been most recently used to. there'll be some challenges and perhaps some glitches along the way, but I don't think it'll take long for us to get a system in place that where we can be effective and efficient with it.
Yeah, I also think that we don't have actual paperwork that we turn anymore. The registration system's online. The student information system is online. It's streamlined, so unless there's really large numbers, it shouldn't be really hard to do.
Thank you again for that. I just want to say that, I just want to thank you again for your extensive work on this, for continuing to come back when the board has asked for additional data or has had additional questions. And, this really shows, the data shows that this will impact many of our students. And it's not just, meeting, the narrative that we're permitting students to fail or lowering standards. Anytime in my mind that you have a student who has a 3.5 GPA and they're ineligible for sports or programs, that's a real problem that you need to solve for. And I think that some of the data, much of the data that you've provided really justifies, amending this policy. And I just want to go on record and say that I'm in full support of the changes. And I just, again, appreciate all the work that you've done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kreamer. Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Hello, I'm so excited. This is my absolute baby here. I'd like to really thank Dr. Jones and Mr. Poulet for doing this work and answering the hard questions. You guys have continued to come back over and over again and look at multidimensional factors that are really important to help our students be successful and educate the whole child, which we know is really important. Full transparency, I have 6 questions, so I'm going to be upfront by saying I have 6 questions. But my first question is, on the slide where you discuss the ability to be able to change the grade after summer school so that someone is eligible, what if an individual is doing grade recovery in the midst of the school year? How will that be incorporated into their ability to be able to gain eligibility?
I think if you're doing grade recovery, you're looking to get your interim grade up as well. And that's the piece where they would end up being eligible, not necessarily grade recovery, because that would take a whole quarter, I believe. The interim would be half the quarter.
So if they're doing both simultaneously, I just want to make sure we've thought through how that will work in order to then, again, bolster their eligibility. We don't have to solve that right now, but that is one of the questions that I have. The other question is, on one of the slides, you talked about suspension is equated into the number of days. You did not know whether that is in-school suspension versus out-of-school suspension. Are they both counted the same?
I believe right now, according to, Rick, you may know better than me, but I believe according to our athletic handbook that the in-school suspension counts the same as the out-of-school if they're actually in-school suspensions. But
sorry, Dr. Jones. I don't think that it's only when it's a code 1-8 and they're suspended out of school.
Got it. Okay.
So
there you go.
So perhaps we know that because technically out-of-school suspensions are typically more egregious, and the reason for out-of-school suspension vice in-school suspension. So I would like to at least note the clarity there, as we've seen other places where information is has ambiguity. If we put in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension, just to note that, I think it would be really helpful for the kids to have clarity about, what the rules are that are governing their eligibility. Number 3 is let me leave that for later. While we've done all this work to talk about sports, and sports is great, but to our board thespian, Ms. Yonelle Moore Lee, I still do think that I don't have a lot of clarity about how this is going to be monitored for all other extracurricular activities. As you know, we were keenly focused on sports, but I just want to make sure that we aren't sending the message that athletes will have a rigor in how we review and what they're doing, but we do not have the same amount of rigor for other extracurricular activities. So other things will slide under the table. So I don't want it to be like, we basketball and football or cheerleading or, anything that's really what people may see as athletic centered. And we aren't saying that these rules still apply to all other extracurricular activities. So I do want to make sure that if we have monitoring in place, or we're communicating this to our community as well as our students, that they understand that this is extracurricular, not just sport.
Yes, you're absolutely right with that. And oftentimes we will intentionally be sure we are saying that. And we hadn't done that. You're right. We hadn't done that most recently today, and perhaps not even the last time we met. But you're right. Extracurricular activities as well as the athletics is what this covers. And because there are sponsors for the extracurricular activities, then the same expectations and the same guidelines will apply. And just as they are monitoring these things now, their practices will have to shift a little bit as well, just like the ADs and the coaches. So
Okay.
and we will make that clear for everyone.
Okay, thank you. My next point is, Mr. Paulet, you indicated that there are times when we have people that are governing a extracurricular activity. I'm going to try to be consistent about way to say that, to include sports. At times, the people that are governing that, whether they be a coach or something, they may not be a CCPS teacher or something like that. And we mentioned like maybe a student has to show their student view to that coach or something like that. I really want to make sure that we are very clear that once we put these guidelines in, that there's no subjectivity to this, right? I would like us to make sure that we put in place that you can't have one coach that's like, oh, I make sure my players have a 3.5 and another coach is over here. No, I have a different. I really want to make sure that we impress upon the importance of the consistency across the board, because we don't want different schools and different coaches applying different methodology. It should be the same so that every student feels like it's fair and equitable. So I just want to make sure that we do that no matter who you are, whether you're a CCPS employee or whether you're a coach or not a CCPS employee or what have you. You noticed something about a waiver policy that interests me. I heard another county is using a waiver policy of some sort. I know we can't, I would like to stick a pin in that. I know we cannot explore that and, given time. But if we have to do some type of waiver policy, we know that there are sometimes extenuating circumstances. I'd like to know more about that. You just take it for note. I don't want to dig deep into that right now. Dr. Jones, thank you for giving me the data about where kids are failing. That data was so telling to me that we have students that I would like to remind the public and everybody else, we're talking about a failing grade. We're not talking about a failing a year. We're talking about failing a semester, right? Or a quarter. And so I do think that as we remember, we are not lowering standards. We're just giving children grace. We're giving students grace. And we're making sure that they understand that we are part of their team for success. So we're not going to count you out just because you got an F. We understand that that whole year makes your grade. It's not just one quarter. So I just wanted to know, thank you for that data, because it tells us that kids aren't unilaterally just failing. They're just, having some trouble and some struggles, and then we're there to be a safety net and support them to get them back up to the standard. And I think that's really, really important. And I think that data tells us two things. One, kids aren't just unilaterally failing things. It also says we're not lowering the standard, but it also shows something very important. The places where they were failing are areas where we know that there are gaps from COVID, right? We know math has been a big gap, and we can look at our data and it tells us that. We know reading in some areas is a big gap. And then we see those students that are like, I'm going to take one for my team and try to be better and take an AP class. AP classes aren't easy. So you take an AP class in your first quarter, you don't do so well. We got to, recognize that those students took a risk to be better, and that we're still going to support them. So I really appreciated that data. And then the last thing I want to raise, popular or not, I'm going to say it. Miss Kreamer raised a point, and she said we have 11 days. We're basically given 11 days for you to be absent, right? And we got all these things that we're putting in place, and then after that, we're going to say, well, attendance, and then you can't be eligible. If we have to do all that work, let's just get rid of the attendance requirement. I mean, it just doesn't make sense for us to continue the monitoring, putting all these things in place when it's about children's student success. 11 days. I mean, why are we still continuing to add this as a variable? I think the F policy, I can live with it. You have more than one F, I can live with that. And we have grade recovery. We have But the attendance policy still means that we're adding a burden of work, adding more monitorization, and I really don't think it's effectually giving us that much more more leeway with our students. So I would submit that the attendance policy to me is something that if we're doing all these other things, I think the attendance policy can fall in line with the other counties and fall to the wayside. But those are my comments, questions, and I rest at this point. Thank you for the hard work.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much too. And I know that others with questions, but just two things I wanted to mention there, if I may. We do have the ability for parents to request a waiver of sorts. You talked about a waiver, and this may be slightly different than what you were talking about, but we do have the option for parents to request a waiver for attendance, for example, if they had some extenuating circumstance or what have you, that can be considered. And so the principal considers it first, and then through the AD, and then up through our office, if there are things to consider there. And then the last part that you mentioned about the attendance, you will recall our first presentation where that was our recommendation. We can live with whatever the board decides, and so when it is time to vote, if that's something that is I guess put forth as an amendment to what the proposals are, then certainly we would have no cause for that.
I do have one more question. Sorry, I just have one more go back. How are students handled when they transfer? We talked about students that are coming from 8th grade, coming in last quarter, but how are transfer students handled? Will they be handled similarly like an 8th or 9th grade student, or will they be handled based on their previous high school GPA? I do think that we should note that, just because there are kids that will, to be quite honest, move around because of GPA, so they can still be eligible to play. And I don't know if that's a big concern of ours, but I just want to make sure that we at least have some information there. And it may be on the grading side, so it doesn't belong here, but I just want to ask.
No, we have rules on that. Rich, you want to speak to that? Rules that have been in place for a while.
Yeah, so they actually have to be eligible according to our standards. And if you remember about how this whole thing works, is that we have the highest standards. So it is sometimes an issue. If those standards come down a little bit, then it's not so much of an issue.
Thanks so much. I appreciate all the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Smith.
Yes, hi. Definitely appreciate hearing from Ms. Tamisha Thomas. I know this is a passion area for you as one of the few sort of student athletes on the board. I know we have several others, but appreciate hearing your voice in front of your areas of note. Dr. Jones, Mr. Paulé, I believe that was it. Please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it. Dr. Jones, also appreciate that your tie matches your accent wall. But
this is how I do. This is how I do. No.
I would not expect anything less, sir. I would not expect anything less. Wanted to know, definitely appreciate hearing the sort of the call from the board as well as from the public around the failing grade and shifting from no failing grades to a maximum of 1. We've consistently heard the superintendent talk about students should definitely reach and strive for rigor. We want to ensure that our student athletes are doing the same. So I also appreciate the chart that you just shared prior to us going into our Q&A session in terms of what the courses are that students have failed and just how high their GPAs overall still remain, even with that failing grade for that semester or for that quarter. And definitely wanting to note that we did hear during public forum, during our last meeting, the student athlete that came and shared that he had received an award from the state of having such a high GPA, of being kind of a student athlete, other student athletes should look up to, but yet was ineligible because of that 1 F in 1 course. So we want our students to take AP classes. We want our students to take early college classes and, really kind of press and get as much as they can out of, high school, while also being able to play sports and being able to do other extracurricular activities and not having them sort of miss out. So definitely appreciate that we are proposing to make that shift in the policy. The one question that I did have was around I believe it was called the interim eligibility sort of redemption process. Is that sort of likened to almost like academic probation, where a student athlete would still be able to sort of perhaps travel with the team, practice with the team, but they would be sort of sidelined while they're waiting to kind of get back into good standing? Can you clarify that for me, please?
Well, I don't know that we had discussed it in terms of it being like a probationary period. So I think that's something that we can talk about what that does look like and what we're going to allow while they are working towards that interim grade, allow them to become eligible. I think that's something that we should talk about as far as the intricacies of what we're going to change here, the processes we're going to put in place. I don't believe, and Ms. Fowler, if I'm misremembering, I don't believe we talked about it in that detail just yet.
No, the only thing that I can add is that there are 2 LEAs, or at least one that does it on a probationary period and lets them practice, and then there are others that do not let them do anything until they are eligible.
So we certainly will take a look at maybe what some of the other districts do as far as how that works, and then finalize again, put a process to what we're thinking.
Yeah, I absolutely would be interested in having some type of redemptive space where they can become re-eligible, for the sport, for the activity, just sort of keeping them in proximity to their peers, keeping them sort of tethered to the activity, the event, which also sort of bolsters them for being in school. I did hear Ms. Nisha Thomas mention a waiver policy. I would like to explore that at some future date, kind of what that might look like on a case-by-case basis in the event that we have students who are who slip below what the expectations are, but have extenuating circumstances for why that may have happened. All right, and those are all my questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Butler Washington.
Madam Chair, thank you for the presentation, and thanks to my colleagues who are shared a lot of knowledge on the policy. But I do want to go back, because in my mind, I'm thinking about the success of the student. I'm thinking about the student when they leave our doors. I'm thinking about when they go into the workforce. I don't want to set expectations that the world will not acknowledge, and we know that. Sports, education, they go hand in hand, 100%. Yes, it did it for my sons, but when my son was going, it was my rule. There's no else, because you're not going to get extra. You're not gonna bring your grades down because something you want to do. That's my perception of. If you want to do this, you have to meet the standards, and then you can go do it. Because if I'm at my job with my employees, one of them a felon, and we know we give bonuses to employees who do exceed and do everything. I can't award that employee because he made a mistake or he did this. I have to judge the same way. We have to understand that education is a big deal in everybody's household. If it ain't, we should be telling everybody. A student cannot be allowed to have a 3-point something. We know they able to pass all the classes. We know it because they got a 3-point something average. So having the ability to let them play for a short-lived time and jeopardize their grade. Because if I'm a child, if I know I can fail with an F, I come in my mother's house and say, I failed the F. And she said, you failed the F, you can't play. Oh, no, the school changed policy, I can play. So I can fail an F, I can get an F every year, every semester. You're going to have friction between parents who have that hold on their child to get good grades so they can play sports. Now you have taken it away from the parent, because now they don't have a hold, because they can't say the school is in agreement with me. School is not in agreement with me. The school allows you to get an F. So if you get an F, you still play. That Some households do not allow that, and they use our standards to check their children and their students. And I want us to be very, very careful, because before we got into the pandemic, we was already had a gap. Now, the pandemic put us in a larger gap. And how are we ever going to recover, bring the gap closer, if we allow some students who want to play, because the data doesn't show all these students want to play, number one. It shows just the data. So it could be, for all we know, it could be about 100 kids want to play out of all this whole thing. So we're going to change a policy for 100 kids. The main thing that I want to take around here is we can't force the students to take the tutoring, which we offer. This could be a mechanism that we can use and share and keep the child into the sports by saying, when you bring me your report card, I see you're struggling. I need for you to do the tutoring so you can stay. We want you on the team, continue on the team. Take the tutoring so we can get you back up to par, so we can keep you going on. We want to use some of the stipulations we already have. Have the same thing like board member Jamila said, that you're failing, we got a program for you. We're not going to kick you off the team. You can still come to the practice. You just can't play. But when that grade come up, we're going to put you back on the field. We have some options here. And the option to me is not to, I'm not going to call it lowering the standards. I'm going to call it, making sure that the child has every opportunity to succeed by ensuring that we have done everything we can to do when they live these doors here in Charles County. And I don't want to be like the other counties. They have their way of doing things. We have our way of doing things. It's been successful. I haven't seen anything. I haven't heard anybody bringing the doors down, coming to the meeting saying, lowering it. And my recollection is they just lowered it, a year ago or the year before? And it's surprising that we revisited this so soon, because I haven't heard the noise to even bring it forth to us. And my last thing I'm going to say is, what is the end game? 2F next time? 3F next time? We got to be consistent when we do things. And the way you be consistent is, we don't want to offer up even the recollection of interfering with a parent. A parent has not come to us and said ones and twos, but a lot of parents have never came to us. And I want to use the analogy that the student board said when she went to her students, to her colleagues. Some of them were suggesting higher. Some of them said leave it alone, don't lower it. And it was like a 50-50. If our students are saying this, who are we to interfere with their education to ensure that they do the most, learn the most, and be the best collected person they are when they walk out of these doors of Charles County Public School? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lucas.
Hi, thanks. Just a couple of things. I want to make sure, let's see. On the presentation where you, the first thing under burning questions, Dr. Jones or Mr. Paoli. So I just want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. Where the very first thing under other Maryland district, that for every district that only the athlete has to be in school the day of, and that the second check mark thing there, no attendance requirements, indicated that their other requirements are sufficient. So for all the other extracurricular activities, the student could be absent but still participate.
No, the reasoning behind that they don't have an attendance requirement like Charles County is because they believe that their GPA and their other requirements are sufficient.
Yeah, I get
But,
that.
but are you saying, you're asking about the other extracurricular events and whether or not other districts require them to be in school on that day, for example,
Correct.
to participate in the FASB level, whatever it might be.
Whatever it is, sure.
Saying, yeah. So
I only asked about athletics.
right. That's what I was gonna say. That would probably take a bit more time to get some of that data as far as what all the other what the extracurricular activities are, and maybe it would maybe it wouldn't be that difficult just to talk to the leadership there to get an idea. But we only did check with the ADs, the other ADs.
I mean, if I mean, if this does go forward, right, there'd be no attendance requirement, but yet the way it's written now, athletes will still have to be in school to practice or compete. So, you know, I don't know why we wouldn't extend that across all extracurricular activities, or just do. I can't imagine doing away with it altogether. I mean, not coming to school and going to a game, that just doesn't send the right message, at least not for me. The only other thing I'll point out, and in that same chart there where it talks about other Maryland districts. So Carroll County has a 2.0 GPA and a no F requirement. So the only thing that's different between us and them is the attendance requirement. And in the data that we were given, you know, that if we opened up the attendance requirement, that was roughly a 5 percentage point increase, taking us from the 69 to 74. If we got rid of the no F, it would go up to about 80%. It was just about half and half for each of those things. But I think it's just something for the board and, quite frankly, for the public to visualize that if we look at what Carroll County does, 92%. And if we did what they did, we'd be at about 74%. So I just think it's food for thought to look at, and, you know, what are we doing academically? And yes, you know, we have got a lot of programs and a lot of things in the current budget, but historically, what are we doing academically to make sure that we challenge our students? Because there's no data to show the connection of, if we do this, how does it show an increase in student achievement? And again, I understand that'd be a hard thing to do, but I just, you gave me clarification of the first thing. I just wanted to point out that night. Thank you.
Yeah, great points. Thank you, sir.
Okay, this will be our final comment, Ms. Warren, as we are a little bit behind schedule.
Let me see, where do I start? So I noticed that we also had a grading policy on this agenda as well, so I'll kind of wait for that. I do, if people go back to that first page, that one, yep, well, the second one, sorry, yeah. So yeah, if I had read over this a couple of times, and I do like the idea of number 5 and 6, that, you know, you're allowing kids to regain their confidence in summer school and all that. I think that's a great thing. So I do like that. Clarification. So, well, one, how many weeks are in a quarter? About 8? Is it like 8 weeks?
About 9.
9 weeks. Okay.
40, around 44, 45 days or so, about 9 weeks, yes.
Okay. And again, and each school is different as far as the A day, B day schedule, right? Like, because I'm thinking about like the schools that are on that A day, B day schedule, and you know how many days that is total, because it's just looking at the 11 days. If a kid were absent that many times, you know what that would look like on that the A day, B day schedule. Is that each school has a different schedule, right?
some of them are on the block, some of them are on the period. So yes, well, two of our high schools are on the block schedule, and the rest are on the period schedule. So a little bit different across the schools, right?
So I was just looking at that because I noticed with the data that was shown, some of the classes, like say a health education class, sometimes I know specifically with those classes, the creative arts classes, they are sometimes they schedule, you might see the kid 8 times, or it's not a lot of courses. That's what I'm saying. So if they're absent a lot, then that's obviously they're going to fail that class. I have a lot of little points I wrote here. To Miss Thomas's points, Misha Thomas, when she mentioned, I think she talked something about language in the document for like number 4, and she mentioned she was talking actually about including the other curricular activities, and like where it says like for season and post-season play. So just remembering that when you do include the other extracurricular activities like SGA, because I don't think that's seasonal, right? Is that SGA is all year round, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So I just wanted to make that note because just as you all change that language, and for the other events, because they're not, I guess, like I said, they don't have seasons or post seasons or whatever. So just that clarifying point there. I'll save that for grading policy presentation. For students grading policy, how it goes. I do want to say that make this one point. I think Ms. Butler Washington mentioned the parent relationship, and I had mentioned that in another presentation or last meeting. And I would like to know, and you may or may not be able to answer this, but how do coaches honor a parent's choice? For example, a relative of mine, not in this area, child did something not so integral with their classwork, and they play basketball. One of their, I think they're like point guard, good player. And they said, "Oh, my kid cannot play this game. They need to sit on the bench and support." Do the coaches usually honor parents? And the coach did honor the parent, my relative's choice. They said, good player. Now they can play. They're good. Will be missed. So do coaches honor when parents say, "Hey, I don't care. My kid's not doing well. They failed. I don't care if they can be on the team. I don't want them to play for this particular game." How is that honored?
Absolutely, it's honored. I've never seen it not honored.
Okay. All right.
I'll tell you, I've seen some situations where it was up for discussion. I'll say that because and not necessarily the situation exactly like the one you explained, but where a parent wanted to use that as a punishment per se for their child for something else. And we said, well, hang on a second, that's not really related, something at home. It's not really related to, school and the team that they're playing on. That, we would much prefer that families, like, again, when they're going to organize sport at the school, because it's impacting the team. If it's something that happened at school, if it's something that happened on the team, absolutely, but as far as something child was non-compliant at home, and family wants to, use that as a punishment, that we don't really support that. I remember having a couple of discussions about that a few years ago. So we try to keep those separate if they really are separate. If they're related to school, then certainly we hear that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Many of my points have been made. I know that we're running over time. I will say, as someone who was outspoken about the attendance piece, this is something I believe that I could support. I know Ms. Samisha Thomas is not necessarily in favor of having any attendance, and I respect that. I do. But the point that you raised about potentially having the waiver, I'd be interested in that, because I do know students that sometimes do have chronic illnesses, and we don't want to necessarily punish them for that. So there are other examples I can think of where someone may have a legitimate reason and they're not just choosing to be absent. I would also say, ultimately, we can't forget that this falls squarely on the parents in terms of whether or not their child participates in any extracurriculars. So I don't want to lose that point, that regardless of whatever standards Charles County may choose to have or not, it's ultimately the parent's decision, so long as the child is, in their custody and care as a minor. So I am excited to see that there is a pathway, that it does offer some encouragement, some sense of hope, if you will, that it's not, well, I have, because as you see, it's very possible. People often say, well, how can you have a 3 point whatever, and, or 3.5 and still have a failing grade? It's absolutely possible. And I think that when we drill down, I think it was Ms. Samisha Thomas that mentioned that a lot of these, I think one category was 19 students that just had an issue with math. So if they're a particular student and, a former student had an issue with math, no disrespect to the math teachers, sometimes it is just that one class that presents a challenge for you. And that can potentially wipe away any of the other work that you've done. So I do want us to keep that in mind. And also I appreciate the LEAs that responded in offering the rationale, and they were saying that they wanted an opportunity to encourage participation despite the failing grade. And to me, again, as I've said before, you can't discount the mental health relationship, and as we've mentioned, on extracurriculars, not just sports, although I know a lot of this wasn't focused on sports, but just mental health in general as it relates to students being able to have an outlet for something beyond just school. So I thank you all very much for this. I think all of my main points have been raised, so I won't belabor it. Mr. Paulet, Dr. Jones, much appreciated. Next up, we have, thank you, Mr. Lowndes, who will discuss grading and reporting.
Ms. Moore Lee?
Yes.
I'm sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. I just want a clarification. So this eligibility policy, this latest recommendation is the latest superintendent recommendation to the board. And just as for accounting purposes, this eligibility policy can come to the board as an action item because it's been an information item several times and a report times, and just for the notes, for the minutes. Would you like it to come back at the January work session or at the February board meeting? And it can, I think we have enough time that in the February board meeting, if there's an interest to be able to do that, and then the board would have to see whether or not they want to take action, or if there's any revisions the board wants to make that get seconded and are made.
Yeah, I'm inclined to say the February meeting, because if January is largely going to be the budget, and now we have to do the student recognitions, and also I'm assuming, although we didn't specifically say, well, we said recognitions, but also I'm assuming resolutions as well. So anything that would have been presented today would be, because there's no one to accept on their behalf, correct? So all of that will be then at the work session.
Yes.
Oh.
Go ahead, Dr. Jones.
So I was going to say we were going to talk a little bit more about whether all of the resolutions were going to be done at the next work session, because there were a lot. There are a number of, again, student recognitions and all that we missed, and we were thinking of how we were going to reschedule them perhaps over the next few meetings, but because there are state winners and all that we're doing at the work session, we thought that there's going to be a lot going on at that meeting anyway. So maybe we wouldn't do that at the work session as far as the recognitions and the resolutions and all of it.
Right.
But I hear what you're saying about the February meeting for the next, I guess, action item as far as the eligibility policy.
Yeah, that would be my preference, because it sounds like the work session is pretty loaded.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll make a note to bring eligibility as an action item, only in February.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And no worries. And I appreciate the clarification. I was going to say that if we could have, because I know we've been going since 1 o'clock now. If we could have Mr. Lowndes do his presentations and then move the break up, since we don't have the recognitions. Yeah, thank you, Miss Thomas. Her power is linking. Yeah, just so we can at least get the next major presentation, because I know it as we get later in the day, the weather is unfortunately going to get worse. Actually, now that you mentioned Miss Thomas, my power is flashing.
So, Ms.
So,
Moore
yeah.
Lee,
Yes,
we're going to
ma'am.
get started with this presentation, but I also wanted to ask you, so we have a quick information item from Ms. Miller, and if the board approves it, because she is currently in the office still, I'm trying to dismiss our office to just have a
Okay.
skeletal crew right now.
Sure.
And so if we could, she has a PowerPoint and she can, and it's there. So I don't think there's many, we can always bring her update at a later time. It's supposed to be there. So I just wanted to contrive a little bit the
Of extra time.
presentation since we're a little bit behind schedule.
Sure. Yeah, I would be fine with that. I read over it. There wasn't anything pressing or burning at this moment. So we could potentially look at the work session in January for Ms. Miller.
Yes, or
Yes.
and because
Or
we've done
February.
an update also, we can also push and do another update in February as well.
Okay, that works. So then we'll go with Mr. Lowndes, and then we'll take a break and do the legislative update with Mr. Schwartz. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Moore Lee, Vice Chairperson Kreamer, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Navarro. Today I'm here to give an update on the grading and reporting policy, to give an overview of what we currently do in Charles County Public Schools. And I want to say this is great timing to be able to come here in front of the board, because the Maryland State Board of Education is going to be looking at using GPA as a way to denote college and career readiness. Currently, right now, they use the Maryland State test for math and for ELA to determine whether there's college and career readiness, but they are looking at changing that and actually adding GPA as another criteria to meet the college and career readiness. And for those that don't know, every student that meets college and career readiness, the school district receives, I believe it's like $551 for those students. So there is funding tied to students meeting college and career readiness from the state. And in preparation for today's meeting, I also, this has been a hot topic with the chief academic officers and other LEAs as we prepare, for the new criteria for the college and career readiness. So I'm going to present a little bit about what some of the other districts are doing in relation to Charles County Public School, to give you a little background. And also at the end, I'll explain the grading committee that's going to take place with committee members, teachers, administrators, and central office folks. The process I'm going to run through is I'm going to highlight the board policies, the superintendent rules, and then I have Melissa Meisowitz to talk about the practices and guidance that are given to the secondary schools, and then Megan Hungerford with the practices and guidance as given to the elementary schools. If you'll notice this first slide, we have board policy 5132-2. The one thing I want to highlight here is that the board actually has grading policies for secondary only. The elementary does not have a board policy. It has superintendent rules and guidance. And so I'm going to walk through the secondary first, take some questions about secondary, and then go on to elementary. I'm going to highlight the policies. So for the first one, the board is committed to maintaining high performance and achievement standards for all students and providing a fair process for evaluating and reporting student progress that is equitable, understandable for students and for parents. And then it talks about the grading scale that must be used for the grades 6 through 12, with A being 90 to 100%, B being 80 to 89, C being 70 to 79, B 60 to 69, F is 0 to 59. The one thing I want to highlight here is that it does say that there is no minimum grade to be assigned. And this is directly referencing the 50% policy. I believe there was some discussion in the past about a 50% policy here in Charles County Public Schools. Many of our districts around us do have 50% policies within their grading where a student is not able to get below a 50% on an assignment if they show effort. If a student shows no effort or does not turn anything in, then yes, they're allowed to get a 0 on that. But the board in the past has made it clear that we should not be doing that here in Charles County at this point. Unless a student is being assigned to Robert D. Steedham Education Center, and then there is an adjustment that can be made for those students where they can, the failing grade being assigned to that student while they are assigned to Robert D. Steedham Education Center can be changed to a 50% rather than a lower than a 50%, which would be very difficult and is very difficult to recover from. Just for an example, Prince George's County, like I said, has a 50% rule, and Calvert County actually has a 50% rule as well, where students can't get below a 50% in the second and third quarters, with the understanding that
Pardon me, Mr. Lowndes. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can you advance the slide, sir? You're still on the secondary grading policy.
Okay.
There. Thank you.
So for the second one, I was just giving a few examples of some of the counties next to us that give 50%, have a 50% rule. For the second slide, it explains how the grading is supposed to be computed or must be computed going forward. That the Board of Education encourages students to pursue academic rigor through honors and advanced placement courses. When appropriate, the superintendent shall develop related rules for the weighting of grades for honors and advanced placement. So this assigns the determination of how the advanced or the weighting should be done for our honors and advanced placement courses to the superintendent. If we can go up one, we missed one, this one. Yes, so I wanted to talk a little bit about how grades were to be recorded. So in grades 6 through 12, for the semester grade and the final grades, grades are to be computed by averaging numerical grades. Therefore, the quarterly grades will be calculated by deriving a quarterly mathematical average and translating that average into the letter grade that I showed previously on the slide, where an A is the 90 to 100%. And while this is this then is the reason why we take what a student earns in a quarter. Say they earn a 50 in the first quarter and a 70 in the next quarter, we would average those two quarters together, add them together and divide by 2 to get the semester grade, and then so forth for the end of the quarter. We would add up all the quarters and then determine whether a student, what grade they received for the end of the year grade. And so the reason why that's relevant is because if a student gets a really low grade in one of the quarters, it's very difficult for a student to recover and do well for the rest of the school year. So if they get a low grade in the first quarter, it's in like the 20 percentile, it's difficult for that student actually to get caught up and get a good end of the year grade. And that's why many of the school districts, they use that four-point scale where A is 4, B is 3, C is 2, D is 1, and going forward. But we use the numerical grades in every quarter to determine the final grade. In addition to figuring out the quarter grade, teachers must mark a citizenship report and use O for outstanding, S for satisfactory, and N for needs improvement. Every one of our secondary student teachers has to report a citizenship grade on the report card. Renee, if you can go to the next one. So now that is really it for the secondary board policies in relation to the grading in Charles County Public Schools. And then from there, it goes to the superintendent's rules. And for the superintendent's rules, for the first bullet, you'll see that they have to assign the letter grades. And it's in alignment with the board policy for secondary grading. Once again, bullet number 2 is it's aligned with the way that the grades are assigned through board policy, where it's numerical for semester and final grades. Bullet number 3 does give the teachers some discretion and latitude within the first 2 bullets But what it does state is that those teachers have some latitudes. The school itself needs to be consistent with the grading. That system that has come up within the school itself. So although those teachers have latitude, it must be consistent with the other teachers in the building, is basically what that's saying. And the last bullet is once again looking at the citizenship and that our teachers, and it's aligned with the board policy. O for outstanding, S for satisfactory, and N for needs improvement. Go to the next slide. Superintendent's Rule 5132-4, it's really talking about the weighted, once again, the policy from the board mandated that the student determine how grades will be weighted for advanced placement courses and honors courses. And so grade, first of all, are determined on a 4-point scale, with A being a 4, B being a 3, C being a 2, D being a 1, and F being a 0. And this designates all advanced placement courses receiving an additional weight of 1 point. And so if you're taking an AP course, an A would be a 5, a B would be a 4, a C would be a 3, a D would be a 1, and an F is a 0. You've noticed that the D and the F are consistent with that 4-point scale listed above, because the weight only is added to grades of A, B, and C, and the weight is not added to grades of D and F. Basically, the advanced placement courses are the courses that are designated through the College Board, the Educational Testing Service advanced placement courses, where students can get college credit for taking those courses. So those are the only courses that are supposed to be given a full 1 point additional weight. The next one is the honors. Our honors courses are weighted by 0.5. And you'll see it says all students taking specific honors courses in grades 9 through 12 will have their grades weighted by an additional ½ point, each A, B, or C. And once again, it's only the A and the B and the C that are weighted. The D and the F are not weighted. And I just want to point that out, that if a student tries, and we're encouraging them to do the best that they can in one of these rigorous courses, they are actually only given the opportunity to get the weight if they get an A, B, or C. We go to the next slide, Ray. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Melissa, and she's going to talk about what the secondary guidance is to our schools and the practices that are done in the secondary class. Melissa.
Good afternoon, everyone. So in addition to the superintendent's rules and the board policies, we provide guidance to teachers every year. And so the first bit of guidance that we provide is that all teachers each quarter should have a minimum of 5 process and 5 product grades. And we're going to talk a little bit about what kind of assignments are process grades and what kind of assignments are product grades in a few minutes. But 5 and 5. And by doing that, that really ensures that each assignment is then worth 10% of a student's quarter grade. Of course, we encourage teachers to provide more opportunities for students to demonstrate understanding. So more assignments are better, fewer than 5, not so good. Because then, just because of the weighting of the grades, an assignment can weigh more than 10% of a student's grade. And we never want one assignment to really have that much of an impact on a student's overall grade. Common course assessments count as a product grade. So that becomes one of the 5 product grades for the quarter. Extra credit should only be awarded for instructional activities that are related to the curriculum. So that really stops the students from receiving extra credit for bringing in tissue boxes and those kinds of things. We need to be grading students their demonstration of mastery of content and not whether or not they can bring in a tissue box. So hopefully that takes care of that. And then, of course, grades should be updated every 2 weeks. And so we just try to put that out there to teachers as much as possible because it's important that we are keeping students informed of where they're at in the class, but also parents as well. And so 2 weeks at minimum. So for middle school, Most courses are weighted 50% product, 50% process. And those are for all courses without a common assessment. For those courses with a common assessment, the common assessment then becomes 10% of the student's grade. And that 10% comes out of the product category. Because remember, I said the common assessments, they count just like any other assessment. They count for 10%. So that 10 is taken from the 50% product weight. And you'll see that in the top of that chart there. And then we have some examples down below, and I know it's a little small, but some examples of what process assignments and activities could be and what product grades could be. So examples, and this is not an all-inclusive list by any means, but this just gives teachers an idea of what can be weighted as process and what can be weighted as product. So you'll see process grades include warm-ups, different learning or practice activities, any quizzes leading up to that final summative assessment, the steps of a research project. So while we may be doing this long, extensive project, there are checkpoints throughout the way where teachers are providing feedback to students, and they could be submitting those steps throughout the way as process grades. And then, of course, homework. And homework is to be no more than 10% of a student's process grade. So we really don't want homework, if a teacher is assigning homework regularly, we don't want that homework to become so much of that category that it's negating everything else that the student is doing. So really homework is to be kept to 10%. For product assignments, we're talking about large summative assessments. So essays, reports, any kind of performance in class, a test or a quiz even. So the quiz is going to depend on what the teacher's purpose for that assessment is, whether it's process or product. Large projects, research papers, lab experiences in science class and things like that. And for high school, we have a few more categories, and that's of course because we have a vast range of courses. So that top row, those are your A-level or on grade level and honors courses without common assessment. They're weighted 50% product and 50% process. There's no common assessment in that category. For our AP and AP weighted courses, they're 40% process and 60% product. For composition and rhetoric, this is a dual enrollment course that is taught in our high schools by CCPS teachers, but students, if they pass the CSM final, can earn dual enrollment credit for that course. And so because of that, they have to follow the CSM's grading policy, and that weighting is 20% process and 80% product. So really weighs heavily on those final essays that students write. Our A-level or on grade level courses and honors courses with a common assessment, you'll see that same weight like we just looked at in middle school, it's 50% process, 40% product, and then 10% for that common assessment grade. And then new this year for biology and LSN, there's a state final exam associated with those two courses. So the weight for those courses looks a little bit different. 50% process, 40% product, 10% because there are common assessments throughout, but then there's a final grade, final exam at the end of these courses, end of course exam they're called, given by the state, written by the state. And that counts as 20% of the student's overall grade. So that's why it's in its own little box there at the bottom. Like I said, this is the first year our students will be taking the biology and LSN end of course exams.
We have let parents know this, but it will still be a shock. And I just want to reiterate that for the board is that, what the way we're going to show that on the report card is we're going to show the grade that they earned in their class, then the grade that they earned on the state test, and then the final grade. We're still waiting to hear more directions from the state as to if a student fails a course because they failed the test and not the course itself. Can we, what do we need to do to remediate that student over the summer to help them pass the course? And do they have to take another test or don't they? And so I'll be providing an update later on that once we get final resolution from the state on how to handle that at the end of the year. But once again, there is going to be on the report card the quarter grades and then the final grades and then the state test grade and then the overall course final grade.
I also want to point out that we have significantly fewer students taking at least our LSN government exam this year, because if you'll remember back when we talked about this last year, we've resequenced social studies at the high school level. And so typically in the past, we had 9th grade students taking LSN government, 10th grade students taking US history. This year's 9th graders for the first time are taking US history as 9th graders. LSN is moving to a 10th grade course. So we actually will have a nice soft launch into this first year of end of course assessments. So to see how our students do, really work out any of the kinks. And like Kevin said, more information to come as soon as we receive that from MSDE. And this last slide for secondary is very similar to the middle school one that you viewed a couple slides ago. And it's just talking about process and product assignments, what things would fall into that process category and what kind of assignments would fall into the product category. And I think I am turning it back over to Kevin now.
Yes, thank you. So this is class ranking and cumulative GPA. I want to spend a little time on this because this pertains to a question that I was asked at the last board meeting. Why don't we allow for the summer school course to replace the failing course on the transcript and for the GPA? And so according to our current guidance to schools and what we do as a school system for class ranking is we allow every senior to be ranked and to use their weighted cumulative GPA in the coursework, in all coursework taken. So that means any courses they passed, failed, or whatever, in all their coursework, it has to be calculated in a weighted GPA to figure out class rank. If a student comes in from outside the county, what we do is we determine their rank with the credits we transferred in from outside Charles County Public School systems are weighted according to Charles County Public Schools weighted system. So if a student takes an honors course or they take an AP course, we weight those courses similar to if those courses were taken in Charles County Public Schools. And some of you might remember we had this discussion last year because we had some parents concerned that a student may have jumped them in the rankings from coming in from the outside and they had an advantage. And so we follow that current rule. And when we looked at that, there was an advantage taken from those schools and the rank would not have changed for those students. The cumulative GPA is the average of a final grades earned in high school rounded to the 100,000th place. The current practice is to use every course taken and retaken by students to include in the student transcript and in the final GPA. This is where we're talking about, for eligibility to allow, and for all students that take a summer school course, to have that summer school course replace the course on their transcript for the GPA. They would show both the failing grade and the new pass grade on the transcript, but we would only use the grade that they passed in the GPA. The reason why that has not been done here in the past is because the summer school, the way it's been set up for high school is we've allowed students to take 2 courses in the summer, 2 hours each course, and they just don't have enough time to get through all of that curriculum. And so they're making up portions of that curriculum, and then that grade and the grade that the other grade that the failure grade that they earned in the transcript were averaged together to get the final grade. And so for the GPA. And so this summer we are not going to be offering 2. We're going to be offering 1 grade this summer for high school, one course. And we're going to be offering it for the whole time, for the 4 hours. In doing that, we are able to get all of the content in the summer school time frame. And therefore, it'll equal the grade or the amount of material that the students would have taken during the school year. And so we are going to go ahead and we're going to offer that one course and then allow that course to be figured into the GPA and not have the failing grade figure in as well. We talked to many of the school districts around us, and we're one of the only school districts that uses the both grades in the final cumulative GPA. Most school districts only use the grade that the student passed, and they allow it to replace the grade in the GPA with both of those grades staying on the transcript. So people will still see that a student failed the grade or failed the course, but then took the course over and then passed it. And then that would be on the cumulative GPA. Once again, I do need people to understand, though, it does change our summer school. Students will be taking all of the content that they would have gotten during the school year in a shortened period of time, but it does allow us to replace that grade. If we can go up one slide. At this time, I'm going to take some questions for the secondary grading policy, superintendent's rules, and guidance that we give the schools, if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. Do you have any questions right now, colleagues? I know Ms. Warren mentioned she had some grading questions. Are any of them pertaining to what we've discussed, Ms. Warren, or not yet?
Maybe just yeah, maybe let me ask one question. I'll ask one question if you don't mind.
Okay.
Well, I just want a clarification. I know the last meeting it was mentioned that each school has a different grading policy. Is that right?
So every school has to follow what you just saw. They have to follow the board policy, the superintendent's rules, and the guidance that we've given. As you saw within the superintendent's rules, there is some leeway for some schools to make some adjustments. They have to follow that, but within that, they might make some adjustments. So there is some leeway as far as retaking assignments, reassessments, I should say. How many times the students can do that? You know, we have some guidance out there that allows it to be done, but we're not as so specific as saying that a school can only do it a certain amount of times, or a teacher can only do it a certain amount of times, and they have to identify the times that they're doing. Many actually school districts do have that laid out very specific, so it's consistent throughout the county. And so I think one of the things that we are going to be looking at with our grading committee is those types of areas where schools have some of their own personal policies, but it's inconsistent from school to school. We're going to look at tighten some of that up with this grading committee and trying to get a little bit more specific to make it more consistent amongst our schools.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Yeah. Also, I just had a quick question, kind of ties into the previous presentation. I think Ms. Thomas mentioned something about when students transfer. Does that, like, how does that impact the students' grade? Like, say if they go from, I guess, I don't know, Plata High to Westlake or something, and if they have two different things going on, grading.
So what we do right now is we take the percentage that they have in those classes. Mm-hmm. So, for example, Algebra 1, if you took Algebra 1 in Westlake and was going to La Plata and you had a 85%, the 85% in Algebra 1 from Westlake would transfer over to 85% in La Plata, and then you would move forward with the 85% on your grade.
Okay, that's good to know. And then, do you know if the teachers, do they have rubrics? Are the rubrics created based on this wonderful template you just showed us? Is all of the grading policy? Do they make templates so when they grade their students, it's in alignment with what you just showed us in this presentation? Or do they have flexibility? I think you said they do have some flexibility some places, but do they have, you know what I mean, grading rubrics that are in alignment with this policy?
The grading rubrics should be in alignment with this. there is some flexibility, and when is going to be some flexibility, then the teacher has to outline that within the rubric or within the assignment that they're given and written to the students. And I'll talk a little bit about that later, because that guidance is some of it is mandated through a superintendent's rules for both secondary and elementary, and so I have it last.
Okay.
In the presentation.
Well, that's good, and I'm really glad to hear that you all have a team that's going to look at this area to tighten it up to make sure everybody is kind of succinct. All of the schools are on one accord. So thank you. Those are all my questions. Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Moore Lee. I have a couple of questions. One, I think Mr. Lounge, you just alluded to the fact that the ability for a teacher to determine their retake and test correction or test assessment policy, that's at the individual teacher level, am I correct?
Well, so it should be at the school level.
Okay.
The school should be determining what that, how many they're allowing, because what the superintendent's rules indicates is that, yes, the teachers have some flexibility, but it must be consistent within the school.
So it's not consistent across the school system. It's not school system wide. It's individual to the schools. I would really be interested in how we. I have made the statement several times, and I really believe it. Your school experience in Charles County Public Schools should be the same as much as we can make it the same, regardless of the school. So if you attend La Plata or Thomas Stone or Westlake or North Point, your experience should be the same. So if one student, one teacher wants to say, maybe my material is really difficult and I want to give people, more opportunities for, tests and corrections, but that policy should be the same. I think there needs to be some consistency just so all students are on there's some equity and there's, a balance between that. So I would like to see us, one, examine it, but two, just make sure we understand that. And, when the teachers, is there a template or a requirement for them around syllabus? Because much of these things are established when they give students, especially at the high school level, the syllabus for like how I will grade you in my class. What are they doing that at the syllabus level or down to the rubric level for each assignment?
So you saw the guidance that we give, and Melissa, I'm going to let you talk a little bit about the rubrics and the syllabus and what our content specialists work with the teachers on.
So within the curriculum, there's a common course syllabus for each course that is common. It's shared with all teachers of that particular course at the secondary level for them to share with students and parents. It's typically outlined what standards are going to be covered when, what concepts are going to be covered when, if it's an English course, potentially what books are going to be read. But then there is a part of that syllabus that the teacher will customize their individual policies within their classroom. But yes, there is common course syllabi for each course at the secondary level.
Okay, so they do have some consistency on what's contained in the syllabus, but they can customize that piece. I guess I would like to I recognize that some classes may have, for example, I have a child struggling with pre-calculus. Pre-calculus has so many steps and so many things that teacher came up with a policy that they're going to have so many tests, so many retakes and corrections, and then you have to come to tutoring in order for you to be able to do a reassessment to make sure that you understand. And so while I want this to be based on content, material, delivery, and a teacher's autonomy to be able to decide what's the best way to have efficacy with learning for those students based on that content. But I would be interested in how that happens and how we can have consistency. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Kreamer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes and Ms. Meiswitz for this presentation. Just a couple of clarifying questions. So when you explained the superintendent's rule about the flexibility in terms of, you were talking about in terms of test corrections or extra credit, what are the things that are included in that sort of grading piece of the grading policy in terms of the teacher being allowed to have flexibility.
Yeah, I'll get it for you. It's in slide 5. We're going to go back to slide 5 and pull it up here.
Oh, perfect. That's okay. Then if it's, I just missed that. Sorry. I took a note that I needed to clarify, but I can definitely go back to slide 5. No worries. My second question is, what level of accountability or incentive is there for the teachers, or how is it explained to the teachers about, making sure that they put in the grades on a consistent basis, every 2 weeks? Because I personally know that that does not always happen. So is this like sort of a contractual requirement? Is this we would like you to do this? Is anyone, like the principal or administration at the school, holding them accountable to that? Like, talk through that a little bit for me.
Sure. So I'm going to show a later slide that does show that is a superintendent's rule that's telling, when the grades have to be entered the gradebook by in 10 days. And so, based on it being a superintendent rule, then therefore all teachers must follow it. And it should be followed consistently throughout a school building. And so if it's not being followed, then, first thing a parent should do is, or first thing a student should do is talk to the teacher. And then they should then go to the principal and talk to the principal and ask about it. If they're still not getting anywhere with any of that, then they can either come to my office or they can go to Dr. Jones's office, and we can work with the school to make sure it happens. But I'll talk about that later. So I would just want to, so teachers are given some discretion and latitude within the parameters outlined above in devising a grading system and assigning student grades. However, such a system must be consistent with school-wide. As you can see, it's very broad. And I think, as Ms. Thomas was saying, we might look at tighten some of this up a little bit to make it more consistent over our school system, rather than it being listed as being consistent just school-wide. And that's one of the things that, I'm asking the grading committee to look at is some of these areas that are very broad in nature, and should we be, and we need to be more consistent, especially now when we're going to be looking at determining whether students become college and career ready based on their GPA, as well as based on some of the other things that the state might decide. So it's really a great time to look at the way we grade our students and to make sure that we're being more consistent, because it's going to be very important to be more consistent, not only within ourselves, but one of the things that I want to do is present what we're doing in relation to other school systems as well, because funding comes down through the state to school systems based on their GPA. One of the things that Prince George's County did was they looked at some of the other larger school systems and they looked the way that they gave their grades. They gave their grades prior to this year very similar to the way Charles County did. They took all the averages of the 4 quarters and then they determined their final grade. What they noticed when they looked at some of the other larger school districts is that they were a full letter grade behind on average than if they did it the way that either Montgomery County, Baltimore County, Frederick County, and some of the other larger school districts used. And so as a result of that, they actually changed their 4-point system for their final grade. And they go down to like a 0.5 for a D. They go down to a 3.5 for an A, for example, whereas we're at a 4.0. And so I just want to look at, what we do and present that to the superintendent and to the board. And then there's some decisions that will have to be made both with policy and with superintendent's rules to be more consistent throughout the county and how we're doing it, and to be more competitive with all counties. Because once again, our students are trying to get into the University of Maryland just like all other students and all throughout the state. And if we're at a much harder grading system for the final grades than any other school system, colleges look at GPA. They do not look at how school systems determine what that final grade is and what that final GPA is. So I'd like to be fair with and equitable with other school systems to give our students a fair opportunity to get into the same colleges that these other kids are competing for.
I absolutely agree. Great point. They're not looking at the policies that the school systems are providing or following. They're looking at just the GPA. And so that was sort of my point about, with my question about the details on what sort of encompasses the teacher's discretion. And I appreciate you pointing out slide 5, but I thought I missed something more specific. That's sort of what I was looking for, is more specifics, that maybe that's what you're saying that the grading policy committee is going to look at. Because, I do know that some teachers do allow for, say, for example, the test corrections. You can come and retake a test a certain number of times. And then some teachers will take late work up to a certain period. Some will take it the entire quarter. Whereas other teachers will say, no, I don't take late work at all. So there's a lot of inconsistency there, and that's even at the middle school levels. I now have a middle schooler, but even when I had high schoolers, it was the same thing. Even within the same building, teachers are doing different things. So I definitely think that that's important to look at, because, if you allow a student who maybe, it's a 5-question test and they answer 2 questions wrong and they get a 60, so they have a D on the test, and then they can go and do test corrections and retake the test and get 100%, whereas another teacher doesn't allow that. That's really going to impact how well a student does, ultimately their final grades, and then again, their GPA. So definitely just looking forward to more on that from the committee. So thank you for answering those questions.
Can I just chime in and say that what I want the board to think about also, which is the message that I sent to EACC when we talk about that push and pull around, how prescriptive are we with teachers telling them what to do at all times, including grading, versus their own sort of view of teaching. And this is a push and pull that have always been there. But the reality is that the data shows us that variability across grade levels is larger than variability even across the school districts, from different school districts. And so I do think it is an important piece that when you are an educator and you're planning with other educators and you're using common assessments and common rubrics that have a logic of how they're co-constructed, there is the power in grading. And so everything that takes us away from that, and all these regulations, superintendent rules, policies, all these micromanaging that we're trying to do from people sitting in offices, that's the reality, trying to micromanage the work of teaching and learning. The power is, and where we're trying to move people to, that's why collaborative planning is so powerful, is that educators need to sit next to each other, look at student work product, look at assessments, co-develop them, and so forth. And there is where the standardization of expectations comes about. The isolation of work, of teachers saying, well, I have this philosophy about teaching and learning, and therefore in my class, you get to make it up 5 times. But Kevin Lowndes is really strict, and he's got his philosophy of teaching and learning, and he only allows 1 time. There is the problem that we're trying to fix, that inconsistency. It's an adult issue. It's not a student issue. And I do think it is going to be a powerful body of work that comes from that committee to really, yes, standardize these processes and these guidelines, but more importantly, the buy-in power is, and the impactful power for student learning is when educators collaboratively sit around and work together on how to do teaching and learning in every one of those classrooms. So I just want to remind us that as we try to micromanage, like how many times do you get to take this test and so forth, and school districts spend a lot of time doing this, and it's important to standardize these processes. The real impactful work is also how often are we collaboratively coming together to plan, look at our student work assignment, deliver instruction, and visit each other's classrooms to see each other's work. That's where then you look at the student learning, I think, becomes much more deeper. So I know we're going to go more into this, and I'm glad that some of our presenters are sitting virtually at home at this point, because I think I've dismissed all the buildings because of the wind. So we'll continue with questions and then try to finalize this presentation moving into the elementary. Ms. Moore Lee.
Yes, and to your point, Dr. Navarro, we of course are behind time, because I know we tentatively hope to be finished by 4. So we still have several colleagues with their hands raised. I asked if you all could please try your best to maybe keep your questions or comments to about 2 minutes so we can work through this. Much appreciated. Ms. Smith.
I can be brief, and also I can introduce my New Yorker where I speak super fast. So I had 2 questions and then sort of 1 request. My first question was around obviously not seeking to micromanage educators and teachers and sort of what they do, but noting that you mentioned that in the secondary policy, there is a 5 process and 5 product expectation. I'm curious from just a quality control standpoint, given that we do have so many new teachers within our education system, like how are we ensuring that, when they're kind of working through their lessons, that they actually have those products and processes sort of built in? Because obviously as a parent, I wouldn't know to raise my hand and say, my child only has 3 processes and 4 products when they're supposed to have 5 of each. What does that sort of oversight or support or guidance kind of look like for some of our newer educators?
So one thing we do centrally is we do run reports to see where we are with the number of products and product and process grades. And then we're able to send reports to schools and let them know, if there's a teacher out there that doesn't have enough product or process grades, and we're getting close to the quarter that they need to, get something. We do monitor it along through the quarter, but principals also have the ability to do that locally within their school to be able to look at the grade books and see whether there's enough product and process grades.
Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. And while for elementary school, it doesn't seem like we have the same expectation in terms of having 5 by 5 of each. What exactly do we do in the elementary? Well,
there we do, and so I think Megan is going to go ahead and present some of those when we get to it.
I'll hold that. You did mention that there would be a change, perhaps a change in summer school, if we wanted to proceed with removing the F in lieu of the student retaking the course, just given that currently in summer school, you all teach specific segments rather than the entire course. What exactly does that mean?
That means we are going to be offering only, during that 4-hour period, each student will only be allowed to take 1 course, and they'll be getting the content throughout the whole entire year. And as a result of that, they'll end up getting a grade at the end of that, which will go on their transcript. Mm-hmm. But the difference is that in determining the GPA, the passing grade will be used only, and it won't be averaged in with the grade of the failing grade that's on the transcript as well. But we are able to get all of the content in with only offering 1 course during the summer rather than offering 2 courses.
Understood. And then lastly, for the report card, I'm not certain if this is something that the grading committee will be tackling, but in terms of the messaging to parents when those new report cards come out, it was just a bit confusing for me. Like I know, again, MSBA is sort of changing sort of how we look at those grading structures, but there was mention of, grade in class, grade on tests, grade in course final, and I'm sure there'll be some kind of communication that goes on to parents just to help them understand what they're looking at on their child's report card. Just wanting to think about like what that messaging looks like so that it's palatable and easy to be understood by families.
Yes, we are thinking about it for the end of the year. We've been trying to message that throughout the year and give people, updates on, what was happening with the end of course grades from the state. And we've been given updates, but I think, until it really matters, which is the end of the year when a parent picks up the report card and looks at it and trying to figure out how they got the final grade, it doesn't really hit home that really applies to you because it doesn't apply in all courses, it only applies in 2. And so we will make sure that we have some communication going out with those grades. Thank you very much for suggesting that.
Not MSDE, not MSBA. I don't know who that is.
MSDE, yeah.
MSDE, yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you for always thinking about the messaging, because that is absolutely essential. Ms. Bella Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just kudos to you, because I was wondering when we was going to catch up because of all the other counties that I hear the kids are getting like 4.25, 4.4, and I'm like, how can the math don't add up? And to figure it out that some of the school districts changed their way of grading to match all through the United States, because that was the confusion. So hopefully when we do this, we're also capturing the standards. So every teacher can have the process, have the standard in front of them, so they won't, as we typically do, inject our own way of grading certain kids, particular kids, and grades won't be all over the place. So when you have a child that scores here, you can look at a process and say, this is what they got, this is it. And so if it's any dispute, anybody disputing it, therefore, you have something to back it up with the parents to say that. So I'm looking forward to what you're going to bring for this. So thank you, Mr. Lowndes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler-Washington. Ms. Thomas, Samisha Thomas.
Thank you so much. Dr. Navarro, I want to say thank you for that very powerful statement. You talked about where the power in grading is. I think that's really important, Mr. Lowndes. I don't know what we need to do to extract that very powerful statement and send that sentiment to parents, to students, and to our educators, that we don't want to mix small things, but we want to get to the big things, which is teaching and learning, and not have to, go with some of these, what are we teaching and how are we doing it? I believe that our educators are smart. I believe that they have some innovative ways that they can think about educating their students. So we take the heavy burden off all this guesswork. But I just, from personal experience, I remember having that one teacher, and he was so proud. He was like, I'm the hardest teacher in the school. And we were like, that is not a badge of courage to say you're the hardest teacher, right? I would love for our teachers to be able to say, I teach the best. My students know the most. And so I would like to just underscore that point Dr. Navarro made about where we gain the most in educating, and the power for our educators to be free to teach the way they need to by doing some of this groundwork for them.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I wholeheartedly echo that sentiment. I thought that was a very powerful statement. Okay, Mr. Lucas, this will be the final comment, and then we'll continue on with pre-K curriculum.
Dr. Navarro, who's on the grading committee?
So right now,
go ahead, Mr. Lowndes. I was going to ask you to.
Sure. So we put something out for the community for folks to join, and we did have some community members sign up. Believe there's 5 of them. And they all happen to be parents as well. Actually, there's 6 community stakeholders. We have 3 administrators, 1 at every level, 3 teachers, 1 at every level. We're working with the union to help identify those folks that are going to be on there. And we also have instructional content staff and accountability folks. And so it's going to be quite a big committee, because we're going to be looking at both the secondary and the elementary.
Okay, so you said 6 community members.
Yes.
3 teachers.
So that was everyone that asked to be on it. We took everybody, just to let you know. We had it out there. We Shelley and her folks, I thank them very much for putting it out there for us. And then they contacted us. And so they have all been contacted. This is on my last slide, but the first meeting's held on January 29th. And they've all accepted so far.
Okay. And you said 3 teachers, 3 administrators, the union, and then content specialists.
Yes, and folks from the accountability staff as well, Office of Shared Accountability. Because actually they're the ones that have to make this, the technical side work as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Lowndes, is it Ms. Hungerford that's doing this next portion?
So once again, I'll go over the superintendent's rules, and then Ms. Hungerford will go over the guidance. There is no board policy for elementary. Like I mentioned, there's only board policy for the secondary. So for the superintendent rules for grades 3 through 5, the rules are such that 4 report cards have to be issued at 9-week intervals. The grades are based on evidence of attainment of instructional objectives, and the written grades are followed. They're A for excellence and B for good performance and so forth. So that is the superintendent's rules for grades 3 through 5. We go to the next one. Once again, 3 through 5 continued. This is subject performance indicators must be used, which are the skills and strategies for the subject area for each grade level. So you have to end up giving whether a student where they are in their skills in each one of these areas, and you have to use that 1, 2, and 3 system to let parents know where they are as far as skill development. And then once again, components evaluated for a letter grade include 50% process grades and 50% product grade, and no one assignment shall count more than 10%. And so there's that piece that someone was asking about for the elementary. It's also included in the superintendent's rules. For kindergartens in grades 1 through 2, once again, you have to have 4 report cards issued at 9-week intervals. Performance for students in kindergarten, first and seconds is evaluated using the following codes, which are placed directly on the report card. And here it's demonstrating, C indicates that the student is making appropriate progress. So it's really looking at, is a student making progress towards the standard and skills that they're being asked to perform. And then the student has, the teacher has to indicate either they've met mastery, partial mastery, or not showing. But it's really an indication, it's not a grade level, but it's showing, are you there yet with the skills that you're being asked to master during that time period in grades, kindergarten, first and second. Next one. In pre-kindergarten, so we do also issue reports to parents on our pre-kindergarten students. Once again, it's using performance indicators, and those describe the skills and the strategies that are in specific areas that we're teaching our students. And here they're getting either consistently demonstrating or developing, or that is not yet demonstrated. So once again, it's all based on whether they've met a skill or an indicator that's outlined in their, once again, this is all based on the state standards and what our students are supposed to be able to do by the end of their first pre-K through second grade. Megan?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We also at the elementary level use the process product designation. One thing we did this year to support our all of our teachers, but particularly our new teachers, our conditional teachers, was that directly in our curriculum documents and our adequacy documents, we have actually inserted process and product icons to give teachers a little more guidance. I heard some of the board members discuss consistency across the system, and are people grading the same thing, grading the same way, grading the same number of assignments. This isn't a requirement, it's a suggestion or a recommendation, but it does help teachers understand better as we think about, and Ms. Smith, I think maybe you were the one that asked about how do they know what would be a process or a product. We try and help teachers understand a little bit better in our core programs and our curriculums what would look like a process or a product in a certain sequence of instruction.
And Megan, if I can just add that, this came about with a meeting with the union and teachers of the union with myself and Megan to talk about elementary grading, and they gave that suggestion, and Megan and her folks ran with it. So this is a direct product of a meeting that we had with the union and what the teachers were asking for.
If we want to go to the next slide, again, this mirrors a lot of what we've talked about with the secondary level, that no one assignment can count more than 10% in any quarter. And yes, we have a minimum of 5 grades. And yes, we follow the superintendent's rule about the grades should be updated in Synergy every 2 weeks. Please make note, it says for grades 1 to 5. In our early childhood classrooms, pre-K and kindergarten, because the practice of instructing our most early learners looks much different. And they use a lot of different measures to assess their students on a very ongoing basis. Anecdotal records, checklists, etc. Pre-K and kindergarten teachers are not required to enter their grades into Synergy. They have plenty of other ways to communicate with their parents about students' growth and progress. But if you were to say your child has, and this was an example I think Ms. Kreamer brought up, if your child has mastered in pre-kindergarten 17 out of the 26 lowercase letters. That might be fabulous, but in a percentage scale, it's not going to reflect progress, and it's not going to have an accurate communication piece, for the parents. I think it is important to note that while we do have a lot of the practices that reflect similarities to secondary, elementary has a lot of distinctions from secondary. Our main goal with our report cards is to communicate to parents, to report to parents, and to make sure that on both ends, at home and at school, we have a good connection about what our students' strengths are, where we need to work more to grow more. We don't calculate GPA. These are not credit-bearing courses. We obviously don't have eligibility requirements. We don't even actually average out quarterly grades for a final average or something like that. Our real purpose in issuing report cards is to communicate with parents and make sure they're informed. Mr. Lowndes talked a little bit about our performance indicators. That's one thing that if you've never had a chance to look at one of our elementary report cards, it's really a very strong element of them, because under each content area, there are specific skills and subjects and strategies that helps a parent to see. So for example, if my third grader comes home with a B in mathematics, the first question any parent wants to ask is, well, what do I need to work on? What does my child need to get better in? And then they can look at those performance indicators and see where their child was performing within place value, within fluency and accuracy of computation, within reasoning and modeling, etc. Same with reading, same with writing, same with social studies, science, even PE, music, art, etc. So that they have a better picture holistically of the discrete skills and strategies within each content, and can help to support their child and direct the conversation about how to help that child grow. So that's kind of a distinctive feature at the elementary level. A lot of our performance indicators, I would venture to say more than 90% are directly related to, if not almost the exact same verbiage as the state standards, so that we can fully understand in writing if they are able to use transitional words, if they're able to do organizational structures such as beginning, middle, and end, so that parents understand in the scope of things how their child is developing. And I think I might have one more. Oh yeah, this is important to share. So at the elementary level, homework is not included as a report card grade at any level pre-K to 5. That does not mean that homework should not be and cannot be assigned. It cannot be required to be submitted, and the teacher can provide feedback to the families about it. However, what we have found, and research shows nationwide and historically, is that if you start including homework as an assessment grade that is giving a teacher a picture of how a student is performing, you can get false positives and you can get false negatives. Our students at the elementary level, for the most part, and we do have exceptions, of course, but they don't have the independence and personal responsibility to monitor their own completion of this. So you might have some students who have families that have jobs in evenings, jobs on weekends, and if the child doesn't have the right structure and support to help complete that, that child might be at a disadvantage. As opposed to another family who, and I was a mom just like this, I was kind of hovering over my children, and whenever they did anything that wasn't 100% accurate, I said, look at number 7, fix it. What happened was, when my child turned the paper in, the teacher thought the child was totally perfect in doing all this work independently, and that gave the teacher a false positive about my child's strengths, which wasn't accurate. and didn't help them in the long run with their learning and their ability to complete activities independently. So again, while we really encourage homework and we want parents to have that connection with the school, we do not allow it to be part of the report card grade, so that it doesn't give anybody a different slant on a child's performance, whether they be in an environment where they're highly supported or an environment where they really have to do it independently and they might need a little support beside them. And I think with that, Mr. Lowndes, I turn it back over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Megan. So I'm now going to talk about what is, applies to both the elementary and the secondary and the superintendent rules. First bullet talks about teachers must take daily attendance. The second bullet is that teachers must enter grades into the electronic gradebook and return the assignments to students within 10 business days. There is a recognition, however, that that might not be able to be done with in-depth assignments. Sometimes some of the English assignments are takes a longer time to grade when you have 200 students to grade papers and there's 10-page papers to grade. So this does allow a little bit for flexibility, but when a teacher is going to be flexible, they have to note that to the parents and to the students on the assignments with a written notice on the rubric or the assignment date that the assignment will returned and graded and posted. So if they're not going to be able to do it within 10 business days, they do have to note it in writing to the student, either on the rubric or on the grade when it's going to be posted. We go to the next. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about the grading committee. When you see the stars, those are relevant to the Board of Education policies, things that we're going to be looking at. When you see the number symbol, that's related to the superintendent rules. And then when you look at the reassessment, it doesn't have anything, then that means right now they're addressed within guidance to our schools. And so these are the areas that we're going to be looking at: grade scaling, the 50% rule, the weighting, reassessment of grades, replacement of grades. The replacement of grades is relation to when you do a reassessment. Currently, sometimes it's being allowed to be made up for a D, only a D in some of our schools, and in some of our other schools are allowed to make it up to the grade that they receive on the reassessment of the grade. So it's going to be looking at that and looking at late and makeup work and looking at developing some type of consistent policies or rules in all of these areas. I do want to say that, we came up in looking at other school districts. Most school districts or LEAs address these areas, and they're pretty specific to help their schools within their district be more consistent in these areas. Like I said, our first grading committee will meet on January 29th from 6 to 7:30 in the boardroom. And based on talking to folks and when's a good time to meet and what time's a good time to meet, we're going to develop more meeting times in that first meeting. I talked a little bit about the makeup of the committee. Now we would like to, the committee after it meets, would like to bring back in April recommendations to the board. And based on all of these areas. So that's the plan right now, is for the committee to meet and then have recommendations in April at the April board. This time I'd like to take any questions on elementary or the last two slides, superintendent's rules that have commonality between the elementary and secondary, or the grading committee.
Thank you, Mr. Lowndes. Let me just tease Ms. Hungerford and say, I feel targeted, Ms. Hungerford. I'm that helicopter parent that's always like, you can fix that, you can do that. So now I know I'm not helping.
No, you are helping. You are helping. We just can't count it as a grade. I was the same way, exact same way.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Smith.
Just briefly, I wanted to resurface something that Mr. Lucas brought up earlier, just in terms of the grading committee. Are we at liberty to share specifically who's on the committee at this point? Have they been notified?
So the committee members, the names right now, I don't have them. They have been notified. We have sent out emails inviting them to the first meeting and then telling them that they have been selected. and we got responses back from everyone that we've notified that they do plan on attending. We are still waiting on some names from our board. I mean, from our unions. They would like to. They asked if they could select some folks to be on this committee as well, and we are told them yes. And so I'm waiting for some names on that as well. So once I get the full names of the committee, I'll be able to send it to the board in a board update.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Are there any other burning questions? Okay, if not, it is 4:50. Are we okay with a 5-minute bio break? I know we're really trying to wind down, and for people that still need to travel. That works? Okay. All right, Kyle, if you could take us off, please, until 4:55. We'll just take a 5-minute bio break, quick stretch, and we'll be back. Thank you. Welcome back from our brief break. In the interest of time, if there are no objections, I'd like to propose that we forego the typical board member updates, and we just kind of cut to the chase of what we have remaining that needs to be addressed today. So we will start back with Mr. Schwartz and the legislative update. And I know we need to discuss the topic for our next town hall. So we'll just focus on the key things, and then we have minutes to approve. So Mr. Schwartz, and personnel as well. You could go ahead, please.
Thank you. As you all know, the session starts tomorrow in Annapolis. I'm not going to go over a lot of information about that at this point, other than to mention that there was one pre-filed bill that Delegate Patterson had previously informed us about at the breakfast in November, and that bill concerns a vacancy on the board. That bill number is House Bill 151, and I posted it on board docs for your review. The bill will likely be heard before our February board meeting and probably also before our work session later this month. So if the board is interested in taking any position on the bill, this is the board meeting to do it. The bill does very few things, but let me discuss in detail what we're looking at. As you know, the board fills its own vacancy. As you also know, the board had a vacancy this year that it filled. Current law says that the board's process to fill that vacancy has to be a public process where we have to advertise and gather interested parties, interview them in public, and then we can select the individual for the board in closed session. Delegate Patterson's bill would put a 60-day time limit on that process. And that might be a little problematic for us because that doesn't give us much time to meet as a board, determine what we're looking for as a new board member, advertise, vet the candidates, advertise their interviews, interview them, then meet after the interviews to pick a select candidate, see if they're even interested in serving at that point, and then have that person sworn in. It's a very quick process in 60 days. It's not really realistic. And so I think it might be realistic to ask Delegate Patterson if she's willing to give us a longer time frame, possibly 90 days. The other thing we should consider is whether the board should have to fill vacancies directly before elections. So if a board member were to leave the board, say in 2 or 3 or 4 months before the board election, whether we really want to go through that whole process, and this bill would require us to do so. So that's another thing we might want to ask Delegate Patterson about. The second thing the bill does is require us to live stream the interviews and post those live streams on our website and post the archived video of those live streams interviews on our website as well. The concern there is it doesn't give a time frame of how long we're supposed to keep those videos on our website. And the other thing is we typically don't put videos of board meetings on our website. We typically work through YouTube, and Delegate Patterson may be willing to work with us on the wording of that to make it clearer about where these videos should be stored and for how long. Otherwise, it's not a bill that the superintendent and staff are objecting to, and the board can certainly look to take a position on this bill. If you're interested in taking a position, it might be a good idea to do that at this meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. And you raised some excellent points. I read it as well, and I had similar questions. I will open it up for discussion unless someone has a motion or whether or not we should take a position. Yes.
Typically, Oh, I'm sorry. Typically, the options are to take no position whatsoever, to take a position in favor, to take a position in opposition to the bill, or to take a position in favor with suggested amendments. So those are the four options we're looking at.
All right. Ms. Smith?
Before I make my comments, just a question. How likely is this to actually happen? Like, I know this is being introduced by one of our delegates. How likely is this to pass?
Two answers to that. First, Delegate Patterson is the sole sponsor of the bill. It's not a delegation bill. It's also not co-sponsored by, cross-filed by a senator. So right now, it's just Delegate Patterson's bill, which points to less likely to pass. But on the other hand, the bill will go through her committee, which makes it more likely to pass. So if I were to make a prediction, I think this bill will pass. And I suggest if we have amendments, it might be a good idea to discuss those with Delegate Patterson. And I think she'd be willing to consider amendments. I think this was something that she raised at the breakfast and even mentioned at that time that she's willing to work with us with amendments. And I think she'd be open to those. And the superintendent and I can certainly have those conversations with her. If the board has a position, we can certainly express that as well.
Mr. Schwartz, I agree with your stance. Found to be very reasonable. So I think if we were to suggest edits, I think they definitely would be considered. Do hear your concerns and do support your concerns around the amount of time to fill a vacancy, around sort of where the videos are placed, if we need to fill the vacancy before the end of the term, given how close it is to the end of the term. Would support all those positions. And I understand sort of why this bill is being introduced. But hopefully the process that we've established with filling the D1 vacancy is something that can be replicated easily in the future, more quickly in the future. I think there definitely was time needed to kind of get the process right and to have conversations. So I think 60 days is not realistic to get this done. I think 90 is more realistic than 60.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Ms. Kreamer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do agree with Mr. Schwartz's recommendations and Ms. Smith's comments. I do think that the recommendations you make, Mr. Schwartz, are reasonable and agree that 60 days just seems to be, we don't want an undue delay in filling a vacancy. We also don't want to restrict ourselves to a time frame that we may not be able to fulfill. So definitely agree with that and the other recommendations that you made. So I would support the board taking a position to, in whichever way we need to do it, to propose some revisions to the bill to our delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kreamer. Mr. Lucas?
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I echo those comments. Just two things. I think if you change the bill to a time frame of when you had to have the position advertised versus filled, you'd have it advertised in a shorter time frame. Because last time we had it open for a month for good reason, and then everyone's trying to adjudicate everyone's schedule to come in. Just the time frame doesn't add up. But if you phrase it in such a way that you'll advertise it, and that would even be a shorter time frame. You could advertise 30 days, and then it might take you 45 days after that to fill. But that would be one suggestion. The other suggestion about within the last year, we certainly have precedent for that. When Colonel Wade passed while I was on the board, so I would say that if it's within the last year of the term, that there's language in there that you don't fill it. And again, there's precedent for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Ms. Butler-Washington?
Just want to bring it to everybody's attention that I looked up some bills in there to see if that replicated. Baltimore County does that exact thing that she put in there. So I'm thinking she must have replicated from Baltimore County, because that's exactly what they do when a vacancy is on the school board. So just want to make sure everybody knows that.
You, Ms. Warren?
Hi, yes. Yeah, as far as the 60 days, I'm okay with that. I mean, considering that we already have a process in place, I think from what we did just this or last year, I think that we would be better suited to get things rolling because we kind of have something in place. So it's not like we have to start from scratch unless there's some changes that need to be made. But I do agree with the well, I know that we don't necessarily put well, I have seen YouTube videos on our website, but I'm okay with, you know, links or something to our YouTube page being on the website as well. So I can get with that. And then I'd be more interested to know or have some dialogue around, someone who, bringing someone in during election year. I'm just curious to know what that would look like. So those are all my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Anyone else? Would anyone else like to weigh in? Mr. Hancock, Ms. Brenda Thomas?
I agree with a lot of what's been said. I do know during the breakfast that this is something delegate mentioned, and I think her main concern was just expediting the process a little bit. So I do believe that she would be open to amendments for sure. I think her main concern is just whatever it is that it moves. She felt it didn't move as fast as it should the last time. And I think she just wants to. She actually mentioned something along the lines that there was supposed to be a timeline put into the last bill that went through, or that she was under that impression, and it wasn't. So I'm fairly certain that she would be open to amendments, and I would support that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Ms. Samisha Thomas.
Thank you so much. I also support that as a person who went through the process, and also being in the community as a non-board member this time, watching the vacancy. I think overwhelmingly our community would like to see some movement if this should occur again. But I also do think that the timing is an issue depending upon a myriad of factors, like the number of people who have to be reviewed and be considered and all those things. So 60 days probably is not enough time, considering the scheduling of it all. But I do think we have a right to move judiciously, and I think that's her intent. So maybe we can have a happy meeting with them.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Those are my sentiments as well, and I would definitely support asking her to consider the amendments that Mr. Schwartz raised. Well, let me do it this way. Is there any objection to, I'm seeing some, I get a thumbs up if we're okay with requesting the amendments, and we can work with Mr. Schwartz to draft the letter. Support. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. Is there anything else, Mr. Schwartz?
No, the session starts tomorrow. Next meeting we have, I'll have a lot of other bills to discuss.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir. All right. Much appreciated. Okay. So then, if I'm not mistaken, we can move to unfinished business, which I know we need to address, or rather identify a town hall topic, because our next town hall is Tuesday, February the 6th at 7 p.m. And Dr. Navarro, did we say that one will be at central office? Is that correct? Were we still deciding?
Kelly, remind me.
I think we've talked about having it here. We've also talked about having it at an alternate high school location separate from North Point, which is where the first town hall was hosted a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
And so, if it were to be an alternate location, I think you guys assess some buildings, and so our number one priority for connectivity and live streaming is, Shelley?
St. Charles.
Okay, just want to let you know, Ms. Moore Lee.
Okay. All right, thank you. And in the event of inclement weather, because we are in that season, would we potentially pivot to virtually? Is that our backup?
We could, absolutely. I mean, yes, I think we can absolutely do that. So I think that the two questions that we have for the board is, do we want to do it centrally, or our preferred location, if it's at a school, would be at St. Charles? And I think last time we said we would do it at a school and then centrally and then another school, because we had 3 a year. And then the topic, it's not the sole topic, but it's a topic that the board would like kind of deep dive into.
Okay. Well, let's take those one at a time. First, in terms of the location, is everyone okay with St. Charles in keeping with the rotation system? Can I get a thumbs up? It works for me. Is that the majority? Okay. All right. So St. Charles, thank you, everyone. And then the second question, and I see Ms. Samisha Thomas. Were you proposing a topic, Ms. Thomas, for the next town hall?
Yes, thank you. I would like to propose, and I have to ask a question as the person who, hasn't been on the board as long. Maybe we've discussed this, but about healthy lunches and variety of lunches. So I don't know if we've raised that or talked about that before, but I thought that may be a good topic, because I remember our student board member had raised that and had talked about that. Treasurer had talked about that. And so in supporting our student board member, perhaps we can have an opportunity to have that as to be one of the choices or options for that.
Thank you. And would you like to weigh in, Ms. Perkins? Because I know that is something that you definitely have advocated for.
Yeah, that is something that I did raise, because one of the things that I hear a lot among students, as far as more variety, like she mentioned, more like flavor, and things of that nature. So I would actually like if that was a topic, just so I can also give more like insight to the students and everything like that. And then I also actually have notes for things like that, so we could probably like go over that and talk about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Kreamer?
Madam Chair, thank you. So I just had a question. I thought that when we discussed this previously as a board at a previous meeting, that we had compiled a list of suggested topics. I recall during the meeting where we decided on CTE for our last town hall, there were several other topics that were brought up. Dr. Navarro, do you recall, did someone compile a list? Do we have the list that we can look at?
So based on my notes, we had a couple of things that people mentioned at the previous meeting. One of them was whether we were going to talk about school climate and how people were feeling about school climate. Then the board talked about, well, going deep into mental health and behavioral health. What are those supports looking like? And then one other thing that was mentioned then, and it's just interesting that at the timing we just finished talking about grading, but the opportunity for parents to understand grading and how to help their kids at home kind of thing. So those were the major ones. And then there was all this discussion about career readiness, CP, and eventually we sort of landed on that workforce readiness, career readiness component. I think the board has mentioned a couple times about, this food and nutrition is another item that came up. And the timing in February, just where most schools are, we will be starting the second semester of schools. They will have finished first marking periods. We're kind of like in the mid-year component of it, just so you know where the timing of families may be. And then, of course, we always, as you know, open it up for any other concerns that the community wants to share with us or ideas.
Okay, so you said school culture and climate, right? And then mental and behavioral health support. What was the other one that I missed?
The grading, how to last time we mentioned how are grades calculated, what does grading look like, how to support your kid also at home. That was also mentioned.
Okay, great. In terms of school lunch, and I don't know, Ms. Perkins maybe, or Ms. Samisha Thomas, if you could elaborate on what you were thinking. So I know Ms. Perkins and our last board member our student board member brought this up too, and we had a whole roundtable discussion about student nutrition that came up during that the sort of roundtable with the students that we had. That was a major topic. So what were your thoughts in terms of, like with CTE, we did a presentation about the programs that are available and things like that. And then, just took questions from the community about that. So in terms of if we did it on food and nutrition, what would you want the presentation to include?
Ms. Kreamer, was that directed at me or
you and Ms. Perkins?
Either you or Ms. Perkins, yeah.
Okay, Treasurer, if you don't mind, I'll be brief, but I noticed that I've talked to some folks in schools and some parents and others, and that there's been some desire to want to see some variety in the nutrition options for the students. But I don't know, and this is again me, wanting to throw out there. I don't know if we've had those discussions before. I did look back through some old board docs to see if those had come up. But variety nutrition, meaning we are having now more diverse student body. Those different ethnicities that come with a different, type of, options for meals. And so I thought that there may be some ways for us to incorporate some of those into what we already have for either flavor, quality, taste, or even as we try to have more healthy meals, whether we could even incorporate some of our local produce and things that we're offering. So I just thought that maybe if we've done something before, refresh our parent and student community about what we've done before and options we've looked at. And if we've not, but perhaps solicit some feedback from our community about what they'd like to see so that we can make sure that if we can have, foods for different ethnicities to support their culture, what they may eat or may want to see within the menu options, that we could do that as well. Vegetarian, vegan, all of those types of things.
For that clarification, I know Ms. Perkins had brought up a lot of those same concerns previously. And Dr. Navarro, I believe that you were working with Ms. Perkins on trying to look at some options, some additional options based on suggestions that Ms. Perkins had brought from the student body. Is that something that you would be prepared to, provide a update on or something like that?
So we haven't met yet. I just talked to Karen Acton, who oversees food and nutrition, last week, coming back from break and saying that we will need to meet with the SMOB, with Ms. Perkins, with Treasurer, and talk through what we're doing. I would say it's important to understand what we're doing. Last year, we kind of went through it in those short sessions where people had some time, but we really haven't done a presentation since I've been here. What is it that we do? How do we do food taste for new menu items? Where do those take place? How many of them take place a year? Like, for example, if you followed our CCPS Food and Nutrition at PICO, they did, at the end of November, they did a testing for chicken tikka masala to start sort of diversifying the interest and palates of students. And I think we can very much present current state of what we do, what's the impact, how do we make decisions, what are sort of constraints, and then the other piece is what's the customer saying. And I think this is where Treasurer is going to different schools and trying to get some feedback from the customers. And the customers, none of them except Treasurer is a customer of that department right now that is sitting here on this call. So we need to hear also and encourage students and families about their experience. And then, I think this is an opportunity for us to look at ways in which we can improve what we do, because if we're talking about teaching and learning or extracurricular activities or food or facilities, we should always be thinking about how to improve those for our students. So I have no problem if the board wants to talk about that. We can do the current state, what's good about that, what's not so great, and then we can actually encourage our staff, who also is a customer of the food and nutrition department, and then of course our students, to come and share their experiences and their ideas as well.
That's awesome. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was going to say, Ms. Perkins had come off mute earlier when you phrased your original question, Ms. Kreamer, so I'll give her an opportunity to respond. And then Mr. Lucas was next.
Thank you. Couple of things. I do agree with everything that Ms. Thomas said and also Dr. Navarro. I have got a lot of feedback from that, and I'm also doing a school visit coming up, so I will ask that question. One of the things that was raised that Ms. Thomas also kind of mentioned were like the dairy products. I've heard some students that are like lactose intolerant, like, can we get like a few more options, because a lot of the things are dairy based that have cheese or something in it, so they don't have a lot of options of things to eat. I've also heard the same thing as Ms. Thomas mentioned, having different like culturalized foods or just different variety of things. And then I would also like, are we able to present a presentation of like what our state guidelines are as far as when it comes to food and nutrition, so that parents and students understand like this is what we're allowed to have? Because I think that's one of the things that people don't understand when it comes to food. They're like, oh, we want this or we want that, but it's like you may not be able to have that because we have to follow state guidelines.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. Great points. Mr. Lucas, were you going to make your point, or you lowered your hand? You're good?
No. I just real quick. I mean,
okay.
Since I put my hand up and what everybody said, I think the superintendent kind of reined it in a little bit. I mean, we were going to talk about food, but that's huge, right? So we did have, if you recall, when the previous student board member was here, and we had that kind of town hall with the students. We spent some time doing that. Now that wasn't public, but as we rotated through the stations there, we got the same the same speech from food and nutrition about why we have to do certain things. So I think broadcasting that to the public again, as Ms. Perkins just said, would be good. So it's easy to offer more options, right? And in theory, you just have to pay a little bit more to do that in most cases. And as Ms. Perkins has said, it's not necessarily she said previously, not necessarily people not being able to access food, but the quality of the food just isn't what a lot of people want it to be. So I think if we got feedback from people and hearing that, we could then come back and say, well, yeah, we could do that, but here's the resource necessary to do it. So I think it's a good topic to have. Everybody loves food.
One
Absolutely.
quick thing.
Yes.
If I could mention really fast, what I also did was I actually did find the document of like what our state guidelines were. So what I did with that was I took that information and then I started to looking into things as far as portions, sodium, calories, and the things that we are allowed to have. And so I kind of broke like some ideas down with like maybe if we did this or if we had this, how like the portion was, and like kind of just added everything up. So if that's something that we wanted to look into, we could, just to try to give us more options and things of that nature. Just wanted to put that out there.
I appreciate that. And also we could maybe consider this could be our gentle push for here's why you need to fill out your forms. As I know that your federal forms, I know that can be a challenge as well for people not wanting to return the information. Ms. Butler-Washington and then Ms. Jamila Smith.
Madam Chair, you just stole my thunder. So I was going to say we could do a push for those forms because we have been having problems doing that. And second, I would like to just give a option if we could probably do a survey just out to the community to see what they want to talk about, and then we'll have some inputs from them, and then we can have some inputs from us. So we'll have a variety of stuff that everybody want to hear. So that could be one of the topics, because we want to make sure it's entertaining for the parent as well as for the students.
All right, thank you. Ms. Smith.
Can I just ask clarification?
Okay.
So we put out there usually for town halls that the board is going to discuss this topic, but it also wants to hear from you about any topics you have. Mm-hmm. So I just want to be clear about the survey. So is it that we put out a survey and say, what else would you like the board to present maybe for future meetings? Because I just want to make sure if I don't see you, I see you again as a board at the work session. And it's a little too soon to put out a survey for families to do that, but we can put out a survey afterwards also for the next town hall, which I think is maybe what Ms. Butler-Washington may be saying is let's get a set of prioritized lists, then we can definitely do that. And I just want to make sure that we do that, and we get ready for the third town hall, which you guys have later in the springtime. Does that sound okay?
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Dr. Navarro. So we can have something from us, and then we can have a topic that the community want to hear. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Thank you, ladies. Ms. Smith.
Sure. Just to sort of wrap up the conversation that Dr. Navarro and Ms. Butler Washington were just having, I want to make sure that I understood properly. So we're not putting out a survey before we have the town hall. We're using the town hall as an opportunity to survey the community.
Yes, and we'll follow
great.
And we'll follow the survey after that too, so we have a bigger window to get ready for the last town hall and give you guys a set of prioritized lists.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we just need to be creative about like how we reach out to the public. I know that surveys sometimes we get like a really low response rate. I'm not sure if that's just indicative of like our community just being surveyed out. So just wanted to be creative there. But the points that I wanted to raise kind of piggyback on what Ms. Anisha Thomas and Ms. Perkins were discussing. I know that there are state and federal guidelines for like food requirements. And I have mentioned in the past, it would be awesome if we had some type of iron chef where we can have like our culinary students, our culinary programs sort of look at all of those requirements and regulations. I mean, essentially this is what they're going to have to do when they get into the workforce, right? Where people are like, well, I don't do dairy and I don't do gluten and I have an almond allergy, I have a seafood allergy. And you still have to figure out how to make the meal the customer specifications. So I'm curious if that's an opportunity for them to learn this now in school, where they're looking at all of these restrictions and requirements and kind of guardrails that they would have to live within in order to make a tikka masala or a pad thai or a chicken and roti, something like some of the cultural dishes that have to adhere to the state and to the federal guidelines. That was just one plug. Definitely want to double down on something that I raised previously that I heard you say, Dr. Navarro, was around the learning strategies, helping parents to better understand sort of how to support, will help their children at home, recognizing that while we are parents and we know our children best, we are not reading specialists, we are not math specialists. So when the homework comes home or when information comes home, it's like, well, yeah, if you just, have your child go on iReady or have your child sort of look at these websites. Like, well, if I want to take a more active role, I don't necessarily know like how to engage or what I should do other than telling my kid to go read a book or get on that website that the school assigned. Like, I'm sure there are additional things that I as a parent can do, but I would need that guidance, that training, that support from the school system to help me understand how to engage. And I think that definitely would go a long way in terms of us building more connection with our parent groups. And then lastly, also want to put a plug in for the CTE options. I know previously we had spoken about just the misnomer that things are kind of centralized at one school, and just helping parents and families and community members understand that there are a multitude of options across all of our high schools. And the fact that now we're beginning to introduce college, career and technical education more so in the elementary schools, and what that looks like in terms of having their child be more engaged and prepared for kind of these pathways in high school. So I know that there are several things there, but just wanted to sort of double down on some of the points I heard earlier.
Thank you, Ms. Let me check in with Ms. Brenda Thomas. Ms. Thomas, can you still hear us? Because I saw she put in the chat that her live participation disappeared.
Yes, I still hear you.
Okay. I just want to make sure. And Ms.
Want to let you know I'm still here.
You're still okay. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, we're wrapping up quickly. And Ms. Bella Washington put in the chat, it would be great to ask our students to do a TikTok to entice our parents instead of a survey. That'll get their attention for sure. All right. So, Ms. Amisha Thomas, you have one final point?
Yeah, I do have one final point. As we look at the food and nutrition and the ability to be able to add some variety, also know that there's a couple of like farm to school programs or processes that there's been, and also the ability to use, local agriculture. Mr. Hancock might be able to give us some insight there, being able to take things from farm to table right in our community, because there's a lot of those produce and things that go unused, and maybe that there's a way to have some partnership between our agriculture within our county. That's another avenue for school community partnership with our farms or with our local agriculture to bring fresh food and produce into the school. So I don't know if we've explored that, but I absolutely would love to see us do something like that for our schools.
I would say spoiler alert. Ms. Kreamer and I had that conversation with Mr. Hancock. I'll allow her, you're welcome to jump in, Mr. Hancock, and share. And if I could also quickly, Dr. Navarro, how far away are we from the food truck being up and running?
The food truck is right now getting it's all done. It's getting its outside painting. I just approved actually right before the break or right when we got back from break. I can't remember anymore what the painting will look like. So this spring we are unveiling it.
Nice. Okay, so not quite enough time for this February meeting then. That would have been okay.
No, it's going to be in the spring, and we need to. Yes, but it will be this spring at some point.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Would you like to respond?
Oh yeah, I mean it's just real quick. The farm to school thing. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's just a lot harder than what it sounds. I mean, there's a lot of farms. There's farms around us, but most of those farms don't produce food that is for human consumption, at least not directly. But I mean, I don't know of any farm a local farm that can produce enough food to feed 27,000 people twice a day. That's not to say that you can't do something to fill that void of some sort. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think we're going to be able to present some of the regulatory things that the federal government imposes on for warehouse distributions of foods. That includes vegetables and so forth for students.
1 second, Dr. Navarro. I'm sorry, Miss Brenda. Okay, I'll say Miss Brenda Thomas. You were screen sharing. I don't think you intended to.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Navarro.
Okay. So there's a lot of it's a very regulatory process, and I think Mr. Hancock sort of knows that sometimes even if there are farms locally around, the regulatory process of the federal government discourages some of these smaller local farms. But we'll talk about what we've done, and we've looked at some options for composting, which we're excited about with our environmental groups, that we could actually start doing composting of food. And then we also have some field trips to farms, teaching kids about farming and all that stuff. But we'll hone in on the food and nutrition pipelines, budgets, as Treasurer has been researching, restrictions. We want better cheese, but we're only allowed certain percentage of fat in the cheese and all that fun stuff. But I always think no matter what, there's always ways to continuously improve. So let's bring the topic, let's work on it. Little by little, we improve it. And I think it's a great topic. So we'll be ready, and we'll work with Treasurer and our food and nutrition folks to be ready for that.
Let me just confirm from the board. Yes, Ms. Perkins.
Quick question. So I wanted to ask, I was trying to type it, but I couldn't figure out how to say it in words. But if we do figure out other options, a variety of foods that cover the state guidelines, are we able to do like a taste test with the students and staff, and even us as a board to taste the foods and see whether it's something that we want to put into the schools or not? Is that something that we can get together or do?
So we can explore a whole bunch of things, and I can't say yay or nay here, except that we need to sit down and explore it and try to figure out what we want to do and how do we get it done. Okay. I think putting the topic front and center is an important step to figure out what we're doing. And that's not to say that CCPS staff hasn't been doing something, because I have to give them credit for their salad increases in salad availability in schools. Like I said, they were trying out some ethnic palettes that I think actually they have to teach many kids at the elementary school, because a lot of kids are not used to curry. They're not used to citrus in terms of seasoning. We're used to fast foods, and we're used to Chick-fil-A, and that's just not the dietary guidance that you're going to have for public school lunches, federally funded public school lunches. But there's a lot of different options that can be done as well. So we'll work on it.
Okay,
Also have
so
a
suggestion that I just thought about. I think it would be beneficial to do a survey on the food that students do like versus the foods that they don't, because there are some foods that we will eat and that we do like rather than others. So maybe we could keep those foods that we do enjoy, but then
Yeah, and I
try
think
to
we
find
should
an
ask
alternative
food
for
and
the others.
yeah, and I think we
Yeah.
should ask Food and Nutrition how they survey kids now, because they do have a way in which they've surveyed, and we need to find out if the survey is good or not, because like last year they were doing jalapeno poppers, which to me was like, nutritional, but it was highly coveted by the kids at Davis, and they were like, we love these jalapeno poppers, and now we have jalapeno poppers in our lunch menu, I noticed. So some items get through because of those testing tastes. My suggestion for this is that we do a presentation, see the current state, and then figure out what everything is happening in the system. I don't know all the details, honestly, because I haven't gone deep into this body of work yet to understand what everything is being done. And then let's see what's missing and what we need to add on to it. And I think that's the town hall can be a great starter idea generator for what's next.
Okay. That sounds good. So just a quick thumbs up then from the board. We're good with this topic for February. Okay. That's the majority. That work? Okay. Fun. Okay. Moving on and wrapping up quickly. Is there any new business? No? All right. Any future agenda items? Once. Okay, seeing none, as we said, we will circle back to public forum as well as the report updates from the board. So the last two remaining items are two action items. And the first is the minutes. And we do not have executive session minutes, so we will be voting on the minutes from the December 12th, 2023 board meeting. The chair will entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
I have a motion to accept minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Samisha Thomas. Is there a second?
Seconded, Brenda Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Thomas. All right. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All right. It looks like that was unanimous. Okay. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay. Seeing none. Next action item is Chair will entertain a motion to accept the personnel report or personnel action item, sorry.
I'll make a motion to accept the personnel report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kreamer. Second, thank you, Ms. Butler Washington. All right, is there any discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Okay, I believe that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, that is correct, Ms. Perkins. Ms. Perkins asked if she votes on personnel. No, unfortunately, you do not. Okay, if there is nothing else, I believe we've come to the end of the agenda. Ms. Brenda Thomas.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, I think that was Ms. Butler Washington. All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, two hands. Thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you
so
Good night.
much.
Thank you so much. Be safe,
Power
everyone.
held on. Thank you.
Yes.
Be safe, everyone. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
And home safe, Dr. Navarro.